Triggered memory? No, I'm too late. Wang Wei heard these words as his body, soul, and Dao were instantly annihilated. However, a soothing power seemed to have preserved the last remnant of his existence, buying him a little more time. However, he did not know whether this was a good thing or not. After what he experienced today, every second of living was the worst torment imaginable. The world broke apart, and Wang Wei opened his eyes. Where am I? What was I doing? He looked at the cultivation room before checking his body and hands. He had a terrifying sense of déjà vu. However, before he could better analyze the situation, he received a notification that someone was outside. My hunger, he muttered with a loving smile. His eyes brightened as he remembered she would soon be truly perfect. He walked out of the room at a brisk pace. Hongya, what has gotten you so excited? Husband, your plan worked, said Wu Hong, full of excitement. Plan? Asked Wang Wei. You mean we caught someone? Yes. Then let's go see who it is. Wang Wei went to see the Fiend Eye Emperor and learned about the White Shadow Cat. Then he repeated the day again, reliving the pain of losing the love of his life. And according to the mechanism of Di Tian's illusion, each time he relived that day, his pain and despair would be increased tenfold. However, something occurred on the third time Wang Wei relived that day. The illusion broke off after watching Wu Hong die instead of after the heaven-opening emperor saved him. A terrifying will emanated from Wang Wei's body and shattered the illusion. Sadly, this was not enough for him to wake up, at least not so soon. As the name of the Ten Tails Emperor scripture implied, her illusions contained an infinite layer. So, even if someone breaks it, they would just find themselves in another layer. And each successive layer is better than the former one as the illusion could evolve and correct itself to ensure no one escaped its clutches. Roelfriend Alfres Noomicron v Epsilon L mass fate would have it. In the fifth life, a reaction between the Black Sea and Wang Wei's soul occurred. The aura of samsara contained in the sea awakened some memories deep in Wang Wei's soul. So, Wang Wei saw something his mind was subconsciously trying to hide to protect him. It was eons of memories after the space crack swallowed him back on Earth. In an instant, Wang Wei regained consciousness as all these memories rushed into his mind. He made a swift decision not to immediately absorb these memories. He knew his soul would become sluggish and maybe even slightly injured if he absorbed all of them at once. And since he was in the midst of a battle, this was not a wise choice. However, he did peek at one of the core memories. To be exact, it was the last memory of himself when he was a mass of aggravated soul. The last thing he remembered when in that state was entering a white light. Then, he was a baby being stared at by a bunch of giants. However, Wang Wei finally knew what happened between these two events. He saw his soul forcefully enter samsara. However, he did not undergo the proper procedure to seal his memories, weigh his karma, get a proper identity, then reincarnate into a new life. Instead, he used his strength to skip all the steps, beating anyone in his way as he forcefully entered the passage of reincarnation. In the process, he realized his massive soul could not reincarnate in a normal body, so he forced himself to seal all his strength and memories. No, it seems I preserve my memories from Earth, he analyzed. After living for so long in the void, it was odd his main personality was based on his memories from Earth. So, he deduced it was not a random event but a conscious choice he made, ensuring that personality would be the main one. That's not important, thought Wang Wei. Someone is not adding up. After reviewing his reincarnation process and using his current knowledge and understanding of the world, he found too many anomalies. With the way I barged into the world, Heavenly Tao would have detected me without a proper identity. Better yet, true Heavenly Tao would have interfered, given how I could not properly hide the aura from my paragon tier soul. So, it should have been alerted of my presence and dealt with me. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Wang Wei knew true Heavenly Tao would not care if a mere paragon entered the eternal ascension world. However, with his method of infiltrating through reincarnation and being born in the lower dimension, he would have been identified as an anomaly and a threat to be dealt with. Furthermore, the 7 parasites and 2 sons should have detected my reincarnation because of my soul. Yet, I have a perfect identity that is recognized by the world. How did I survive? How did I not get caught? And who gave me the identity? He pondered deeply, thinking about countless possibilities. He used all his trillion spirit particles to use his thought acceleration ability. Could it be that old man, Hongjun? Wang Wei frowned as he took a moment to check his memories to see if he could find something. Myriad Devour? Is that what they call me? He saw some memories of people trying to kill him, and that's the name they called him. I am sure someone has been following me and helping me deal with the truly powerful people trying to kill me. With a brief scan, he learned many things. There is a high chance that person is Hongjun. However, the chances of him helping me through reincarnation are not high. Wang Wei saw how after his soul reached probably the paragon level, no one protected him. After that, he suffered many injuries in battle and often had to run away. And a few times, he came close to death. So, his current theory is that Hongjun stopped helping once he reached a certain level where he could protect himself. So, if it's not Hongjun, who is it? Honestly, Wang Wei wished it was Hongjun. He already owed the latter a great deal of karma, so it's not a problem to owe more. Furthermore, as of now, Hongjun has shown to be an ally instead of an enemy. But now, there appeared to be someone else involved in his life, dictating his fate. And he did not like that, especially since he had no information about who that person was. For someone like him, there is no greater threat than an unknown enemy with little to no information. The only good news is that I know of that person's existence. So, I have a direction to begin my search. Wang Wei exhaled as he placed this new discovery at the top of his priority. Then he focused on this battle. I was careless. I never thought he could counterattack through my soul and succeed. His soul has always been his strongest point. In his early years, he basically ignored it since he never had to cultivate it. Later, after many experiences and warnings from his wife and elders, he learned how to use it better. However, it seemed he never completely dealt with the arrogance he had about having such an innate mighty soul. As a result, he almost suffered. He opened his eyes and saw Di Tian bleeding while half kneeling in the void. The emotions in his eyes kept changing from despair, incomprehensible loneliness, and desire for death. Wang Wei's eyes flashed with the power of time as he saw what happened in the past few seconds. After placing him under the illusion, Di Tian did not immediately attack. Instead, he swallowed a pill, probably with the intent to heal his former injury and return to his peak. The latter knew he could not keep Wang Wei under the illusion for too long, which was evident with how the power of the Black Sea was consumed at an alarming rate. So, he wanted to heal as fast as possible and injure his opponent, leveling the playing field. And his plan worked at first, as his injuries were almost healed with the pill. Unfortunately, when Wang Wei's memories awakened, the illusion backlashed him. On the contrary, he experienced Wang Wei's time in primordial chaos as the myriad devourer. After spending eons in the infinite space, with the soul and mind of a mortal, his mind almost broke due to loneliness and despair. If not for Di Tian's long life and numerous reincarnations that tempered his mind, spirit, and will, his soul would have collapsed under these memories. I now understand why his willpower is so terrifying, thought Di Tian as he removed all these memories and their influence on him. Additionally, he used the remaining energy of the pill to ensure his soul was intact and not injured. There was a way. Di Tian was not surprised by the fact Wang Wei was reincarnated. When they first met at the academy, he sensed the power of reincarnation from his soul and concluded he was not a brand new soul and was probably a powerhouse with memories from his past life. Furthermore, the changes he brought to the mortals in the Dao opening sect's territory have raised eyebrows for many people. After analyzing the changes, many people speculated Wang Wei had knowledge of another civilization and was recreating it in this world. However, Di Tian did not expect Wang Wei's past life to have such a terrible experience. Such loneliness is not something anyone can bear. Immortal cultivators of Tier 10 and above live a long life. However, they spent much of their time cultivating and comprehending Grand Dao. As a result of their intense focus and deep meditation, they do not feel the passage of time. For them, millions of years can feel in an instant once they finish their cultivation. What they have to worry about in their long lifespan is how difficult it is to understand the Grand Tao source or the frustration that their cultivation speed is too slow. So, even a great emperor and above cultivator might not survive the loneliness Wang Wei experienced, especially since he was a mortal who did not temper his Tao heart or state of mind. Tian exhaled deeply as he finished deleting most of these memories. Furthermore, the residual energy from the pill alleviated the previous backlash. He stood up as he looked at his opponent. A deeper sense of respect flashed in his eyes. However, he soon became irritated as he saw the pity in Wang Wei's eyes. "What's with your eyes? Do you think I want or need your pity? I think you've misunderstood something." Tian snorted coldly. "You were lucky that the love of your life was strong enough not to be used as a pawn. Otherwise, your fate would be the same as mine." "You're wrong. Even if she were, I would still have passed the trial. And if something had happened to her, Heavenly Tao, and the whole world, would have felt my wrath." Everyone watching this legendary battle felt a chill down their spine. They instinctively thought it would be terrible for this man to become evil. Tian was quiet. Tao overlords are scary not only because of their intelligence but because of their lack of weakness. To be exact, they know their weaknesses and can control themselves not to allow anyone to use them. The main point is these people are extremely cruel, both to themselves, their enemy, and the people around them. Acquiring the wrath of any Tao overlord by harming their loved one is the biggest mistake anyone can make between heaven and earth. Throughout the history of the Chaos Universe, so many worlds or heavenly Taos have been trampled on by these Tao overlords. Grand Tao, the almighty ruler of this universe, has bled 6 times since its existence, and 2 of these 6 times were the result of Tao overlords trying to get revenge. "Tell me, if you were me, what would you have done?" asked Tian, wondering how Wang Wei would have passed his trial. "You have made too many mistakes I would never have," replied Wang Wei. "You only recognized you were in the trial at the last minute. I would never make such a blunder." Wang Wei sighed, shaking at Tian's ignorance. Although he understood that Tian now is different from his young self, regardless, the experiences and abilities of the two were too different. "I had a pass from Heavenly Tao. So, why would I still think about that trial?" argued Tian, despite knowing he felt to see the hints other people were giving him that his actions of pursuing perfection were taboo. "Let me ask, during that time, did you know of the existence of true Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao?" Tian frowned, not understanding the reason for this question. But he still answered, "I did." His status was quite high on the human side, so he had access to many secrets. Plus, because of his pursuit of perfection, he had to learn various things. He could be called a knowledgeable scholar and even a sage. "Then, you should have deduced your fate," said Wang Wei. "The Supreme Outlaw Trial is one of the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, trying to balance and restrict the overuse of the most powerful Taos ever created. It's something that Grand Tao itself has dictated. So, what makes you think the Heavenly Tao of one world in a lower dimension could give you a pass?" Tian's face became ugly. "Have you figured it out?" continued Wang Wei with a sneer. The battle between acquired and innate life was probably an event that would determine the protagonist of heaven and earth. It was a war that would determine the trend of the world. So, true Heavenly Tao did not interfere when our world's Heavenly Tao gave you the pass. However, what do you think would have been your fate had you proved the Tao and ascended to the upper dimension? Do you think true Heavenly Tao would allow you to control one of the 5 supreme Taos without proving your worthiness? Tian did not answer since he knew the answer. "I think you should take a look at Snavel. Simicrum, so, you would have to take the trial one way or the other," continued Wang Wei. "Your best outcome is that it would lower the difficulty because of your merit in the war." Tian had a somber aura around his body. He had thought about that day for too long. He often dreamt what his life would have been like had he passed the test, had he made different choices, had he been wiser and more decisive, had he saved her. But now, he realized the future he always imagined was nothing but this dream. Actions have consequences, and karma binds and connects everything. The moment he chose to cultivate creation Tao, He was doomed to walk a difficult journey full of perils and uncertainty. And the people connected to him would be affected. Tian exhaled to calm down his rampaging emotions. You didn't answer my question. How would you have passed my trial? And don't say anything stupid like abandoning my path of perfection. Wang Wei shook his head after hearing this. Haven't you realized you've become obsessed? What is an obsession, and what is an unwavering pursuit? Asked Tian. You pursued becoming free and unfettered, the ultimate freedom. Tell me, would you be willing to give up your goal of becoming free? Of course not. Then, why is your pursuit a goal, desire, or ambition, and mine is an unhealthy obsession? Argued Tian. You're willing to do anything to become free, even sacrificing your life. But I'm the same to achieve perfection. Wang Wei looked him in the eyes, because my pursuit is not hurting the people I love. Tian clenched his fists, making the void tremble. It took all his efforts to restrain himself and not lash out. How do you think she feels when your pursuit involves rejecting everything else about her except for one thing? Your every word and action are essentially telling her she is flawed, not complete, and as such, not worthy of your love. Shut up, said Tian with gritted teeth. What do you know about us? About our love? About what I had to endure so we could one day reunite? Do you know the sacrifices I've made? Do you know what it feels like to live every day with a permanent emptiness in your soul? To live with a deep longing that can never be fulfilled? Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled as he controlled his anger. I can see you love her, said Wang Wei calmly. But I can also see your actions are full of selfishness. The killing intent in Tian's eyes was uncontrollable, leaking into the surrounding. However, he soon calmed down as his eyes became cold and indifferent. I need some closure, said Tian, returning to a state like a calm lake without any ripples. So, tell me, how would you pass my trial? Why should I tell you? Here, replied Tian, sending 5 brilliant lights. Wang Wei saw they were Emperor artifacts. Although of the lowest quality, they were still Emperor artifacts. They could still be decomposed for their material. Without any pretense, Wang Wei waved his hand to put them away. If it were me, I would have sealed Heavenly Dao and have her absorb it. What will that do? Asked Tian, not understanding how that would allow him to pass his trial. Furthermore, Heavenly Dao was not so easy to seal or absorb, especially since its power was at an all-time high during the trial. To be exact, I would have stolen its essence, explained Wang Wei. The only true perfect thing in existence is Grand Dao. So, Heavenly Dao, as an extension, will also contain some of its perfect essence. Once she has the essence, Grand Dao would grant her permission to exist and maybe even pursue immortal perfection. Tian became dazed after hearing this. So, there was a way, he muttered. Clash of Dao. Tian was briefly distracted. He had spent so many years thinking about that day, wondering whether there was a solution to his situation. And he often concluded that there was not, but now he knew he was wrong. With Wang Wei's method, his wife would have been accepted by Heavenly Dao, true Heavenly Dao and Grand Dao, thus having no problem walking on the path of perfection. And without touching the taboo, his path would have continued, at least, until he ascended to the upper dimension. He could have passed the trial and proven the Dao. With his creation Dao, he could have created countless geniuses, resources, and rare artifacts for the human race, preventing the war from reaching the point that most of history and civilization was lost. If he had succeeded, he could have saved his children who died, watched the others grow up, and, more importantly, had more of them. In a moment, Tian experienced another life, a life where everything went better for him. For a brief moment, he wished he could live forever under this illusion he created. But he knew this was not possible. So, he could only sigh and forcibly control his mind. However, no one noticed the slight tear in the corner of his eyes, not even Wang Wei. After he told Tian his method, he sensed something had changed. So, he looked around without finding anything. As such, he mobilized his power of fate to find the answer he wanted. He soon discovered that Heavenly Dao had changed because of his words. The latter recorded how he would pass the trial and prepare countermeasures in case someone like Tian is in the future. So, if some fool tried to use this method to pursue the path of perfection, they might suffer terribly, Wang Wei secretly sneered. Although he was in a good relationship with Heavenly Dao because of his status as an era son, he still disdained the thing for scheming against him for most of his cultivation journey. His pettiness when it comes to Heavenly Dao reached an unimaginable level. However, this was not the main reason he so easily and publicly revealed such information. He knew what kind of thing Heavenly Dao was: cold and calculating. Although he was the era son, if he lost the battle, it would not hesitate to abandon him and negotiate with Tian to become the new leader of the upcoming era. Normally, Tian would not care about such a thing. But Heavenly Dao still has his wife's imprint. With his strength after proving the Dao, he could forcefully take it, but there is still the chance something might happen to the imprint / as such, he would not mind taking less risks when acquiring it. Furthermore, after their last conversation, Tian's desire to acquire a massive amount of merit is probably one of his first priorities. After all, this method was one of the few viable ways he could revive his wife. Now, Wang Wei gave him a simple and more direct way: take Heavenly Dao's essence, and his wife can retain her mortal perfection. And if he takes enough, he can probably continue walking the immortal perfection path. With Tian's mindset and cruelty, why would he take the long and arduous path of leading the new era when he could take Heavenly Dao's essence? Knowing this, I have removed Heavenly Dao's ability to abandon me as the era son and chose him, thought Wang Wei. With that tile, although it cannot affect my chances of winning this battle, it can increase the chances of me surviving. And as long as he survives, Wang Wei has many ways to try to prove the Dao. As for the consequences of Tian forcefully taking Heavenly Dao's essence, he already had a few plans on how to make up for it. Furthermore, such an act would not be as easy as stated. So, while Tian focused on doing that, the latter won't have time to pay attention to Wang Wei while he tried alternative methods of proving the Dao. Afterward, he might even receive merit for stopping Tian and saving the world. Wang Wei exhaled slightly, looking at Tian. His eyes were calm, not showing the slightest hint he had just schemed against the latter and taken away a great opportunity for him. The latter had also calmed down from his existential crisis, looking at his opponent with a calm mindset. They released their aura, clashing together to build momentum. The entire cosmic battlefield trembled under the pressure, but none of them cared. They stared intently at each other for a few seconds before Tian was the first to attack Frowny Face 9 Samsara Fist. Third fist, interchangeable of life and death. With this one punch, everywhere where the concept of life began to forcefully change into the concept of death. So, it concludes the few matter and energy scattered in the battlefield, the very space-time of this battlefield, and Wang Wei himself. With this one attack, everything in Tian's path began to walk toward death. I think you should take a look at Snavel. However, he soon squinted his eyes as he saw his opponent's attack. Wang Wei was using the same attack, only the reverse. So, while he transitioned everything from life to death, Wang Wei changed things from death to life. The ironic part is his opponent's transition was faster than his, thus rapidly nullifying his attack. Damn this bastard, thought Tian, his eyes twitching slightly. However, he soon calmed down and returned to his peak level of concentration. Since his time, one of the tactics taught by Heaven Chosen to mess up with their opponent's mind was to copy their attacks and use them even better than them. It's a way to demoralize the opponent and destroy their mindset. After calming down and learning of the opponent's tactic, Tian could better assess the situation. First fist. Last breath. He used the first fist in his scripture, a concentrated attack that focused on destroying all matter or atoms in his opponent's body. His application of Death Dao for this fist even touched the domain of Destruction Dao. As expected, Wang Wei used his Life and Death Dao to replicate that punch and easily countered it, making Tian squint his eyes as he figured out something. Without wasting time, Tian countered Frowny Face Fifth Fist, Soul Transformation. With this technique, Wang Wei felt the power of samsara working on his soul, forcefully transforming his identity from human to animal because of his low karma. And if that technique succeeded, his soul would drastically be weakened in the process and become incompatible with his body. He would then lose his mighty fleshly body and control of his laws because of the new and weak soul. Afterward, it would be extremely easy for Tian to butcher him. So, he easily stopped the process with his samsara law while also using the same technique on Tian, who also calmly dealt with it. I thought he only recreated the techniques I revealed during our battle. But now, I guess he found a way to learn my entire scripture and recreated them. For a moment, he thought there was a traitor in his sleepers who revealed the information about his scripture. However, he soon gave up this idea since there were many other ways to acquire the information. Let's see how much information he has, thought Tian before proceeding to use the same sixth fist of his samsara scripture. However, he used the new and improved version after acquiring the Ten Supremacy Foundation. Soul summoning. Immediately, Wang Wei found himself in some danger. This attack once again bypassed the defense of his sea of consciousness and directly affected his soul. He saw 6 doors open inside his sea of consciousness, and each door was labeled with the words ghost, asura, animal, human, heaven, and hell. Wang Wei recognized these paths as the common ways used by reincarnation to determine how a person reincarnated. The ghost path is for ghosts or spiritual life forms. Cultivators who died while in their primordial spirit for a certain amount of time will enter this path after reincarnating. The Asura path is for people with too many grievances and hatred during their death, for creatures born with the ability to absorb negative karma, or creatures born with a negative concept as their core, like the Asura race, which was born for slaughter. The animal path is for animals and the normal demon race, the human path is for normal humans and humanoid creatures, and the heaven path is for people who live a good life without sins, powerful cultivators with no negative karma, and innate life forms. Finally, hell is the path where people with terrible karma go after they die. The hell path is not referring to the place where souls are tortured for their sins. No, that's a different thing. After suffering in hell, these sinful souls will reincarnate in the hell path, where they would be born with terrible luck, making their life extremely difficult, even if they began cultivation. Clash of Tao 2. Unedited chapter. The 6 paths of reincarnation began to summon Wang Wei's soul from different directions. The suction they released was so intense that he felt his primordial spirit was about to tear apart. Furthermore, he could tell that if he entered any of these doors, his soul would be forcefully changed, just like the previous technique. So, it's an updated and better version of the previous technique, thought Wang Wei, who had conclusive evidence that Tian updated his 9 samsara fist. Wang Wei's primordial spirit resisted the summon or suction of these doors. It mobilized the power of samsara and closed all the doors. Then, the primordial spirit left the fleshly body, floating above Tian, gazing at him. An intense purple aura emanated from Wang Wei's soul, making Tian's heart skip a beat. He wanted to move and react. However, Wang Wei's purple aura contained a sacred nobility that froze the surrounding space-time continuum, rendering his body immobile. Tian even felt his mind was working slower than usual. Wang Wei's primordial spirit waved his hand, and chains dragged Tian's primordial spirit out of his body. Then, like he was patting an annoying flying, he destroyed this innate emperor soul. Roelfa and Alphares Nuomicron v Epsilon Elmcrax appeared on Tian's primordial spirit, but it was not annihilated as expected. Ain spirit world? Thought Wang Wei as he discovered Tian had an entire world made of soul and yin energy. When he attacked, he directed most of it to that world. This was not the first time someone had used this tactic against him. So, he knew he needed to destroy that world as quickly as possible. With a snap of his finger, he eradicated the remaining half of the soul population that his first attack did not destroy. Then, he proceeded to finish his task. Alas, Tian only needed some time to react. So, when the primordial spirit attacked him a second time, the Black Sea of Forgotten Memories and an Emperor artifact made from Soul Grand Tao Source appeared to protect him. A secondine spirit world? Thought Wang Wei as his second attack did little to no damage. Then he watched Di Tian's primordial spirit become a wraith full of anger, hatred, and grievances. It no longer resembled a pale phantom but a black creature with shadow-like smoke emanating from its body. It was now the combination of trillions of souls who died full of resentment after suffering incomprehensible pain during their lifetime. The wrathful spirit roared, shaking heaven and earth. It rushed toward Wang Wei with red eyes. A suicide attack? Thought Wang Wei, but he did not react. His primordial spirit is the noblest things in existence, full of yang energy that made it impervious to misfortune, calamity, and evil. So, Di Tian's primordial spirit did not reach 20 meters near it before slowing down and slowly melting. Boom! A black smoke surrounded Wang Wei's soul, shrouding the place he floated in the void. A few seconds later, the cloud dispersed, and Wang Wei's intact primordial spirit appeared. He looked at Di Tian's body. Trying to corrupt my soul? No, it was a distraction. His eyes could see a new primordial spirit was rapidly being formed in that body. The primordial spirit is one of the weaknesses of all cultivators, so protecting them is always their priority during battle. And once destroyed, death is the only result. However, for people on Di Tian's level, such a thing is not absolute. Most Heaven Chosens have a way to instantly heal their primordial spirit in the midst of battles, maybe at a certain price. However, Di Tian completely abandons his soul after being injured by Wang Wei's true spirit. Then he used his own soul imprint and the reserve energy from the Yin spirit world to regrow it from scratch. And this time, he used all the means he knew to protect his soul and sea of consciousness. I knew his soul was terrifying, but I did not expect it to reach such a level, analyzed Di Tian. Only the people who faced the soul directly can know the horror of such power. It was like facing a god that can easily decide the life and death of all living beings. As a cultivator, Di Tian never had any awe or respect for any godlike mortals. In his life, he has killed many creatures who can be considered gods, amongst which a few even called them that. In the eyes of mortals, powerful cultivators are walking gods. I think you should take a look at Snavel. The closest thing he came to facing a god was when he faced Heavenly Dao. However, as he grew more powerful and understood it better, Di Tian lost the awe it had. And with his current strength, he can almost sit on equal ground with Heavenly Dao. However, today, he felt what mortals would describe as facing God. Swish! Wang Wei's primordial spirit returned to his body, making him feel complete. He raised his hand to summon a projection of the river of time. Time acceleration. Immediately, Di Tian's body began to age, rapidly turning into an elderly with few remaining lifespan. His face changed. Essence manipulation? He thought with an ugly expression, remembering some events from his first life. Great emperors are immortal with infinite lifespans. They do not age, become sick, become feeble with the passing of time, or worry about lifespan. With such abilities, what will happen to a time Grand Dao Source user? Can they age an emperor forward to their death? The logical answer is they cannot and can only age them backward and weaken them. However, most great emperors spend yuan epochs cultivating, so aging them backward is an arduous task. 1 yuan epoch, 269 trillion years. With such limitations, Time Dao, as one of the outlaw Dao, has become weak to the point of almost becoming useless. But that is far from the truth. It is one of the outlaw Daos for a reason. Great emperors can be aged into death or even easily age backward to the point of returning to their mortal state. The reason is Time Dao can affect their existence to a certain extent. Although only eternal emperors cultivate their existence, all living beings have or are affected by their existence. Cultivating is a process of improving the existence and adding stuff with it. The first thing usually added to a mortal's existence is usually energy, slowly turning them into energy life form. Then the next thing added is concept, turning into conceptual life forms. Finally, after proving the Tao, they added immortal and eternal essence to their existence, turning into creatures that transcend time and death. Meanwhile, Eternals added more stuff, are aware of their existence, and can actively cultivate it, unlike other creatures' passive improvement. Another example would be creatures like Heavenly Dao, which have perfection essence in their existence. As such, Time Dao cultivators can directly affect the immortal essence of Tier 10 cultivators and allow time to affect them like they were mortals. Not everyone can affect the immortal essence of Tier 10 cultivators. However, Time Dao is an outlaw, so people who can control it are usually extremely talented geniuses who have proved their worthiness. So, people who used resonance to control Time Grand Dao Source or people who used foreign aids like artifacts might not be able to achieve such a feat. As Tian experienced the changes in his body, he remembered the lesson on existence and essences. He had to watch a recording of the Time Emperor's battle, an eternal emperor from another world. The latter was a walking catastrophe. Wherever he passed by, these innate demon gods, who were used to their infinite lifespan and believed the appearance of acquired life was why they were reduced to having a limit, rapidly aged into old and decrepit versions of themselves before scattering into sand-sized particles between heaven and earth. The Time Emperor was proof of how terrifying outlaw Daoist can be. And from the fact he still remembered the latter, Tian guessed he was still alive. These things flashed in his mind in an instant. After achieving 10 supremacy, he could better sense his essences, and knew he could be considered to have peak mortal essence, or half-immortal essence. He used his samsara Dao, allowing his body to undergo a process of reincarnation. So, after his body reached old age, it immediately rejuvenated to his younger self, undergoing a reincarnation and recuperating his lost lifespan. Tian controlled himself to ensure he did not reincarnate into a baby or a younger and weaker version of himself. And his caution was the appropriate response since he discovered Wang Li's reincarnation Dao trying to interfere. After rejuvenating to counter this technique, Tian knew it was not over yet, and the process might repeat itself. So, he surrounded himself with a bubble with his understanding of Time Dao derived from his samsara Dao. The time bubble protected and isolated him from the effect of the river of time. Clash of Dao 3. Wang Wei calmly glanced at the bubble. He mobilized his Time Dao, and with one intense look he overwhelmed Tian's Time Dao, and the bubble popped. However, the controller of Samsara predicted this possibility. He knew he was no match for the latter regarding understanding and control of Time Dao. So, he fought using his own field of expertise. He imbued his time bubble with one of the core characteristics of samsara, cycle. After death, people are reincarnated and begin their life anew. Then, they repeat the cycle over and over until eternity or until they can cultivate to the level where they can escape such a cycle. With his tactic, his bubble would reappear every time it dispersed, forming an eternal circle. Wang Wei reacted swiftly after seeing his attack failed. While standing in the void, his surroundings trembled, and a second Wang Wei appeared. In the next half-minute, more than 100 Wang Wei appeared, each with the same intense aura. They surrounded Tian, not leaving any room for him to breathe, strategize, or escape. Clones? No, this is a time-based technique, rapidly analyzed Tian. He summoned versions of himself from a few seconds from the past. Such a technique was scary as it meant that all those hundreds Wang Wei had the same strength as the original. Even though these time clones or remnants might not exist for long, they each can send a powerful third-class attack. So, Tian, who was surrounded, knew he was screwed the moment these people appeared. Boom! All the Wang Wei worked together, forming a formation as they attacked. The devastating blow instantly annihilated the entire cosmic battlefield. The space that Heavenly Dao purposely reinforced was like thin paper before the devastating impact of all these Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei and the time clones were unhappy after the attack. They all looked at the future and looked in one direction. After the previous destruction, the team now found themselves in the fire dimension. Tian used a technique called instant reincarnation to survive. In an instant he died and reincarnated, developed, and grew to his peak state. This technique was one of his trump cards to survive life and death situations. His control over the river of time is annoying. With his Dao, bringing death to a concept like time is not a problem. However, his opponent summoned the river of time and manipulated it to boost his power. As such, the only way to rival him with his Dao is if he also summoned the path of reincarnation and used it to borrow its power. However, the path of reincarnation is unlike the river of time or the river of fate. It is more private and closed off, making it difficult for people to summon or use its power. Most people do know why things are like this, including Tian. The best explanation is that it's one of the fundamental rules that Grand Dao established. However, the truth is one of the 6 cardinals, the overseer of samsara, takes her job very seriously. So, she does not allow cultivators to use or mess with the path of reincarnation as they please. She often criticizes the adjudicator of fate and the judiciary of time for allowing people to have so much control over the river of fate and time. Tian did not spend too much time dwelling on the issue regarding the path of reincarnation. As he watched all these Wang Weiss rush toward him, he knew he would suffer again if he did not do something. So, his mind worked on overdrive before coming up with a solution. 2 Tians appeared before him, releasing a strange aura containing time energy. This is future Buddha self? Thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. No, that one is. The second one should be the past Buddha self. The past, present, and future scroll was a unique scripture composed of 3 emperor scriptures, written by 3 different Buddhist emperors that were brothers. During his supreme outlaw trial, he received the future scroll, and the scripture has been an integral part of his journey to understand and control time Dao. Due to the benefits, he always wanted to acquire the other 2 scriptures and planned to use his connection with Feng Heng. Furthermore, Wang Wei had this deep intuition that this book would become extremely important to him in the future. As such, he was prepared to get his hands on them no matter what. Although he never read these scriptures, he profoundly understood them. So, he realized what Tian was using immediately. He also knew that Tian was a Buddhist monk in one of his reincarnations that cultivated those 3 scriptures. And from the information the Oracle Mirror revealed, Tian only lost his battle in that generation because his soul awakened while fusing these scriptures, resulting in his sea of consciousness plagued by chaotic time energy. After the past and future Buddha self manifested, they turned into brilliant lights before disappearing. Wang Wei immediately noticed the changes in the current situation. The past and future, I can't access them. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kmi mobilized the river of fate and sensed a power resisting his control. Did he sacrifice these Buddha selves to seal the past and future of this battlefield? Wang Wei knew his analysis was correct as his time clones dispersed. Without access to the past, the clones could not stay in the present and dispersed. Do you think it would be that easy to stop me? Thought Wang Wei with a sneer. As soon as he had these thoughts, Tian's danger sense activated, and he surrounded himself with a yin-yang shield. Boom! Despite imbuing his shield with its cycle characteristic of samsara, allowing it to regenerate instantly, an overbearing power destroyed it, heading directly for his head and soul. He reacted swiftly by raising his arm in a defensive position and mobilizing his Dao will and willpower to boost his defense to the best of his ability. Tian flew a few million miles away before stopping. He looked at his hands, which were still in the state of indestructibility, and they were missing parts, without a single drop of blood spilling. It was like a pencil erased the missing pieces on a drawing. Destruction Dao? Thought Tian, confusion written all over his face. He recognized the power that did such terrifying damage to him. However, this was not the cause of his puzzlement. He could not understand where the attack originated from. Simple logic tells him his opponent sent the attack. However, he did not see, detect, or understand how this attack suddenly appeared. Is it time Dao? He could feel that he was still blocking the river of time, so he ruled out an attack from the past or future. Tian concentrated intensely, trying to figure out the ins and outs of this technique. However, Wang Wei would not give him enough time to think and plan. Tian immediately felt another sense of danger and reacted faster than the first attack. With one step, he traversed from the fire dimension to earth dimension. Tian detected a power that wished to eradicate his very fate, thus eliminating him from heaven and earth. No, worse, it would appear as if he had never existed. The scariest and most powerful aspect of fate, cause and effect, analyzed Defies, who summoned a book of life and death that manifested behind him. He might not be able to control all aspects of his soul, but Defies can control his life and death. So, his name in the book of life and death was erased, making fate believe it had succeeded in its attempt to erase him. Then, once the power trying to kill him disappeared, a pen appeared to rewrite Defies' name on the book. In an instant, he underwent the process of dying and being non-existent to living and having existed. Sadly, his tactics were not without repercussions. Defies saw that 60% of his body had faded as if he was disappearing. And the process did not seem easy to reverse. So soon? Thought Defies as he sensed another attack. He quickly calmed down and concentrated. He pushed his spirit, concentration, and senses to their limit. Furthermore, a small golden tree appeared in Defies' sea of consciousness, releasing a holy and noble light that nourished his soul. His observation, understanding, and analysis capabilities instantly reached a new height. Boom! Defies' body exploded into oblivion. However, he was extremely calm throughout the entire ideal. Death substitution. Death substitution talisman is a rare resource used by some emperor lineages to prevent their heaven-chosen from dying prematurely. Defies' technique is based on that talisman, so he revived himself less than a second afterward with only a slightly pale complexion. "I understand," he muttered. He finally discovered how Wang Li's technique operated with the help of the Bodhi tree. Clash of Dao 4. Before his death, Defies became enlightened by the nature of the world. There is a Buddhist saying that there is a world with every grain of salt. Ancient sages preached how our every action has an effect on heaven and earth, some of which we cannot perceive or fathom. Before his annihilation, Defies saw many things. He saw a river of unfathomable scale. And even with his current power, he cannot describe its infinite size and wonder. From that river flows countless branches, like a tree with countless roots. The river of time, thought Defies as he recognized the thing, especially since his current opponent used it against him. The countless branches should be different worlds or dimensions derived from the river's main branch. However, what does it have to do with Wang Li's technique? As soon as he had these thoughts, he was shocked as he saw a second main river. According to his understanding of the world, this should have been impossible. There should only be one primary river of time. However, he saw a second one. No, with the passage of time, he saw countless more primary rivers connected by a thin barrier between each of them. And each main river also had infinitely more branches. Infinite trichiliocosm. This name popped in Defies' name, followed by the other names. Parallel dimensions, parallel timelines, myriad origin realm, etc. All our actions can cause entire new timelines, entire new universes diverse from one of our many chances, he understood. Does that mean there are timelines where I made the right choice? Where I succeeded in the trial? Where I fulfilled my dreams of walking the path of perfection? All these thoughts flashed in Defies' mind, making him excited. A new door of infinite possibility opened up for him. He now saw more hope in reviving his wife. Boom! Everything went black and he died. After reviving himself, he swiftly calmed down before looking at Wang Li. He understood the latter's technique. Wang Li assessed a version of himself from a parallel universe and attacked him directly from that dimension. And since the attack originated from another time and space, he could not see or detect it. Something is not adding up, analyzed Defies. From my enlightenment, it seems that emperors cannot travel through the infinite trichiliocosm, so how did he access it? Even with his mastery of time Dao, this should not be possible. While analyzing the situation, another attack arrived. However, Defies knew what to look for, so he did not have to rely on his intuition or danger sense. He sensed the very subtle space-time fluctuations and tried to react. Sadly, even such an act only bought him a few more microseconds to react. Boom! Defies flew away with superficial injuries. I see. He created a contained parallel universe with time Dao and luck Dao. It would be too much to bear for Wang Wei to create an entire parallel universe with so many immortal entities in the myriad emperor world. So, he created a contained universe involving only the current heaven will battle. And in that universe, his parallel self differs from him by a slight margin. For example, he smiled on one occasion when he did not, or he looked left in that universe instead of right. A universe contains infinite probability and variables. So, to create a contained universe, he had to control these variables. Wang Wei used his probability manipulation from his luck Dao to maintain all the variables from the parallel universe. Then, he had his other self attacked from that dimension. His comprehension suddenly increased. And that aura seemed to be Buddhist in nature, thought Wang Wei before attacking again. And this time, it was a two-prong attack as his body in that dimension also attacked. Bang! The earth energy that filled this dimension became chaotic due to the sheer power behind that attack. However, Wang Wei frowned as he gazed at the Emperor artifact in the shape of a shield that blocked him. He did not care that his attack failed. His focus was on the fact that the attack from the parallel universe also failed. And after seeing the phantom floating above Di Tian's head, he understood why. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Comfy present Buddha self, thought Wang Wei. He also sacrificed to seal the present. He sealed the river of time with the three Buddha selves, preventing me from attacking from the past, present, and future. Wang Wei calmly looked at him before making a clenching motion with his hand. The river of time fluctuated for a moment. The earth dimension trembled, creating countless space cracks. The power of time fluctuated from some of these cracks, indicating that people might experience different times of rapid aging if they were not careful and entered one of them. Wang Wei's actions seemed to crack the very fabric of the space-time continuum in this earth dimension. Plup! Di Tian vomited a large mouthful of blood. Wang Wei's action was to explode his parallel universe. As a result, his present Buddha self had to bear the backlash from the attack and the river of time. The damage was so small? Thought Wang Wei as he swiftly figured out why. Di Tian seemed very adept at dealing with chaotic space-time energy. So, after the explosion, he even used them to heal his present Buddha self. Wang Wei did not dwell on the issue for too long as he raised his hand to manifest a marble that resembled the shiniest diamond. To the untrained eyes, this marble is nothing but an ordinary creation. However, these powerful cultivators saw how it was created. Wang Wei folded the entire fire dimension into this bead. Furthermore, he seemed to disdain its short length and kept increasing its size using his space Dao. The marble flew out of Wang Wei's hand, heading directly for his opponent. Di Tian almost cursed out loud after seeing that small thing approach him. He saw how it was created and the power it contained. The current size of the dimension inside the marble was on par with the myriad emperor world. Although it was only an empty dimension with no life, energy, or even any rules, the sheer weight of the marble because of the size of that dimension was enough to do terrible damage to him. His first instinct was to evade. However, the marble had its own gravitational pull and ability to block the surrounding space. Seventh Fist, all things must reincarnate. Nothing in the universe can resist reincarnation. The myriad emperor world will one day undergo reincarnation and might cease to exist. One might say that a great emperor has transcended life and death and does not need to worry about reincarnation. However, that is far from the truth. Emperors, even paragons, are immortals but not eternal. Death is categorized in a different way for them. Furthermore, reincarnation is not simply defined by the concept of life and death. One of the core of reincarnation is the ups and downs of the world, the changes from high to low, and the repeated cycle. A heaven chosen can be extremely lucky, acquiring numerous fortunate encounters. However, they encounter a calamity that can kill them the next day. Such an act is a manifestation of their bad luck backlash. However, it is also a process of reincarnation, going from the peak of their fortune to the lowest point. If the heaven chosen survives their calamity, it would mean they survive a round of reincarnation, returning their luck to a normal level. Using this core idea of reincarnation, Di Tian's technique attacked the marble. His objective was to force the dimension inside the marbles to undergo reincarnation, dying before reaching him. Sadly, he miscalculated. Wang Wei predicted his move and absorbed the power of reincarnation he used. Instead, he used it to create a nether world in the fire dimension, making it even more complete. Damn it, cursed Di Tian, forced to directly confront the marble. He mobilized all the power of his fleshly body and blessed himself with powerful innate creatures from the heaven path. Bang! The shockwave from the confrontation did untold damage to their current location. It was now completely on the verge of collapsing. However, neither of them cared about such an insignificant thing. Di Tian felt his arm was about to tear apart from the collisions. However, he remained concentrated and executed his plan. He used his attack to create a space pathway inside the marble. Roel Friendialferes nu Omicron v Epsilon Elmso, even with Wang Wei's ability, he could not repair the damage as fast as Di Tian could inflict. So, he did what he usually does, exploded. Unfortunately for him, Di Tian predicted this would be his next move. So, he took preventive measures and was relatively intact after the explosion. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Then, a scary smile crept on his handsome face, making Di Tian's heart skip a beat. Clash of Dao v. Wang Wei calmly raised his hand, and black lightning from divine punishment thunder coated his hand. He punched forward with great momentum. Di Tian, who was a few miles away from him, prepared for the upcoming attack. However, during the entire process, he sensed something wrong. He did not forget the previous devious smile. Boom! Di Tian's upper body exploded into a pool of blood, leaving only his legs floating in the void. The process was so sudden that no one, including the viewers, knew what had happened. Everyone, of course, except for the person responsible. So, it was not completely successful, muttered Wang Wei with a displeased frown. Meanwhile, Di Tian regenerated his body. He looked horrified as he was also baffled by what had happened. Unfortunately, Wang Wei would not explain anything to him. He waved his hand, manifesting an enormous palm that descended upon his opponent. From this palm, Di Tian detected the power of death. He recognized it was the manifestation of every way someone can die: old age, disease, poison, natural and man-made disaster, bad luck, etc. Di Tian reacted swiftly as he summoned 3 defensive emperor artifacts from his vast collection. He chose the very best and most powerful artifact he possessed. Then he used a secret technique that allowed him to use these artifacts to the best of his ability. With his 10 Supremacy Foundation, he should have no problem using any artifacts to the greatest extent of their powers. Unfortunately, he was only a mortal emperor, meaning he lacked the immortal essence of a great emperor. If he truly used the full power of even an artifact created by a third-class emperor, the backlash would consume years of his lifespan. He could lose more than 100 million years in an instant, and that's only a conservative number. Knowing this fact, Di Tian used numbers and secret techniques to make up for this flaw. He activated about 80% of each artifact, and through resonance, he combined their powers and created a shield on par with someone using the full power of an emperor artifact. Alas, his efforts were futile. Wang Wei's attack instantly atomized him. No, the process was even worse. He annihilated every aspect of his existence, including his soul and Dao. Still failed, commented Wang Wei as he raised his head to look at the river of time that had disappeared after Di Tian sealed it. Then, from the river, Di Tian appeared with a pale complexion. Is this the power of the 3 scriptures together? Analyzed Wang Wei. He saw that Di Tian's past Buddha self fished him out from the river of time and revived him. The Di Tian before him was technically a past version that existed before the palm descended and annihilated him. Wang Wei concentrated his eyes. He once tried to use his future Buddha in similar ways but failed. He had to use other ways to achieve similar results. This guy is really rich, sneered Wang Wei, slightly annoyed. After this stunt, Di Tian's past Buddha self should have been annihilated because of the backlash from the river of time. However, Di Tian used a time chaos treasure to withstand most of the backlash and, for some reason, made his future Buddha self suffer the rest of the backlash. While Wang Wei was analyzing the situation, Di Tian was doing the very same. However, he was not nearly as calm as the latter. The previous defensive maneuver was one of the best in his arsenal, but it was useless before that palm. The attack was similar to when he attacked across a different parallel universe. It completely ignored all my defenses. Di Tian forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. Otherwise, the fear of the unknown could overwhelm his mind. I've already made preparations against his time Dao. So, this should be an attack based on his other Daos. So, which one should it be? His mind worked on overdrive as he reviewed all the information he knew about Wang Wei. Although he did not know all the latter's laws, he knew a great deal despite the current state of his sleepers. It's either fate or yin-yang Dao. As soon as he concluded such a result, Wang Wei was already on the offensive. A Tai Chi symbol manifested above him, sealing the surrounding space. The yin-yang symbol rotated at an alarming speed, and from that rotation, Di Tian saw all the changes in the world. The changes in the seasons, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, the ebbs of spiritual energy, the ups and downs of luck of all sentient beings, and finally, the birth and death of all things in existence. After watching these changes, Di Tian found his understanding of samsara elevated slightly. He thought he had reached the limit of his Tao, but he was wrong. Sadly, this was not the time for enlightenment, as he was in great danger. The attack controlled all his mobility, including the speed his mind operated. If not for the Bodhi tree blessing his sea of consciousness, he would not be enlightened in this battle, nor have the mental capacity to devise a measure to save his life. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kma's death crept on him. Di Tian did two things. Firstly, he activated his skin divine ability and entered a state of absolute immunity. Previously, he wanted to reserve the few minutes he had left as a trump card. However, he was soon running out of methods to revive himself and needed to save his life. Secondly, he also pushed his Bodhi tree to the limit to understand how this technique operated. Bang! The Tai Chi symbol ground everything into dust, and that included the entire Earth dimension. As such, the battle had now reached the metal dimension, a world full of weapons, ores, and metal energy. This place could be considered a holy land for sword cultivators or people who cultivate weapon Dao. However, the two participants did not care about such a thing. Di Tian's pale face appeared, standing above a mountain made entirely out of blades. It's a fate-related ability. But that's all I know. His face was not good to look at. The last attack removed most of the time he had left in the immunity state. Currently, he only has less than 30 seconds left. The only choice left for me is to use that trump card. However, if I do it without figuring out his technique, I would reduce the weight of such a trump card. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Wang Wei floating above the heaven and rushed toward him. However, what awaited him was another fistful of unimaginable power. Boom! Di Tian flew into countless mountains, his body breaking past them one after the other like they were thin papers. Finally, he crashed into a mountain composed of meteorites. However, such a dense and solid ore was as weak as mud to his fleshly body. Di Tian lay embedded on the mountain, blood dripping from his orifices and with numerous broken bones. However, his eyes shone with a quick brilliance. His attacks were fated to succeed, and nothing I can do can stop it. He had the answer to the puzzle, and it was the correct one. Deep inside Wang Wei's sea of consciousness was a book with the character, Destiny, written on the title. On one of the blank pages, there were 3 sentences. The divine punishment fists annihilated the opponent's body, soul, and Tao, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. The yin-yang grinding disc sealed the opponent's mobility, including his mind. Before grounding him into oblivion, there was nothing he could do to stop it. The fist of destruction atomized the opponent, completely eliminating him from existence and preventing him from reviving by any means possible. Furthermore, he could do nothing to prevent the attack from reaching its target. So, it's really not yet possible to decide a cultivator's fate, especially one of Di Tian's caliber, thought Wang Wei, long expecting this outcome. Of course, this did not prevent him from being slightly disappointed. Regardless, it was because he knew of this truth that he did not call this technique the Book of Fate, and labeled it the Book of Destiny. It doesn't matter. I will consider this technique incomplete, no, a work in progress. One day, no one between heaven and earth can escape its grasp, even Grand Dao. Wang Wei immediately wanted to take this opportunity for a fourth attack. However, he soon noticed a new change in Di Tian. To be precise, something happened to the river of time as Di Tian's past Buddha self began to act. The past Buddha self appeared above Di Tian and waved its hand. Then, he summoned something from the river of time through a karmic link from Di Tian's body. Roel Frendialfres nu omicron v epsilon elm bom. Di Tian's aura suddenly changed. This is, muttered Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Clash of Dao 6. Creation Dao, muttered Wang Wei after sensing Di Tian's aura. Immediately, he knew what the latter did. He used his past Buddha self to summon his past self imprint from the river of time. Then, with his power of samsara, he acquired all the cultivation or comprehension before he died in his first life. Wang Wei could deduce that Di Tian's law altar had changed, manifesting the laws of creation. Normally, his actions would be playing with fire. But now, it's more like a gamble, commented Wang Wei. Normally, Di Tian would never be able to do such a thing since Heavenly Dao would immediately punish him, even going to extreme lengths to annihilate him. However, he did not have to worry about such a thing during the Heavenly battle. After all, no matter the situation, Heavenly Dao cannot easily intervene in the battle. As such, Di Tian can break the rules to an extent. As for the aftermath or the consequences of his actions, if he wins, he will be one of the most powerful eternal emperors the world has ever seen. So he can ignore the threat of Heavenly Dao. On the contrary, it's the latter who has to worry about him. As for true Heavenly Dao's response to the situation, as long as Di Tian does not keep his creation Dao and is only temporary, he might only suffer some back luck for his actions after ascending. Or, true Heavenly Dao might ignore him completely, especially given its current state. In conclusion, Di Tian's actions are a calculated risk. If he loses the battle, he will die and only has to worry about Heavenly Dao's possible revenge in his next life. However, he has been dealing with Heavenly Dao scheming for as long as he was alive, so it did not matter to him. He acquired an innate emperor soul in this life, granting him a few more reincarnation possibilities before his soul reached the limit. So, he has more ways to deal with possible variables during his reincarnation. Di Tian clenched his fists as he sensed the new power coursing through his veins. This power was so nostalgic and addictive. Things didn't go exactly as planned, but it's better than expected, thought Di Tian. His plan was to summon his entire body and fuse it with his body, trying to sublimate his 10 Supremacy Foundation to an even higher level. However, he failed and had to accept only summoning the imprint and accessing the Dao from his first life. Di Tian finally looked at Wang Wei with fighting intent. In the previous battle, he realized his shortcomings. To be exact, he realized a fundamental truth of heaven and earth. Some Daos are more powerful than others. He was so overwhelmed during the confrontation because Wang Wei's Fate Supreme Outlaw Dao outclassed his Reincarnation Dao. The latter's Dao was more potent and had more versatility. More importantly, I realized why people need to pass a trial to wield the Outlaw Daos, thought Di Tian with hidden unwillingness. Wang Wei's techniques were complex and ingenious. He suffered tremendously because he had to take time to understand these techniques and find countermethods. He knew how much more he would have suffered in this battle if it were not for his Bodhi tree. Meanwhile, my techniques are more rudimentary and less complex. After comparing their applications of Dao, Di Tian felt a little ashamed. After living for so long, he has long understood that he should not compare to the unreasonable monster-like geniuses like Sword Empress, Empress Wu, and Wang Wei. His ability to compete with these monsters is his long life and deep foundation. So, he calmed down and reined in his mind. Flame of annihilation. With a wave of his hand, Di Tian created a purple flame that combined flame and destruction Dao. And as soon as the flame appeared, it melted all the metals and ores in this dimension. After a few seconds of its appearance, the laws of this dimension that favored metal were forcibly changed to favor flame, creation, and destruction Dao. He felt if he could catch it, he would break through his current bottleneck and make up for his imperfection. Sadly, the inspiration was only fleeing, and even with his superior mind, he did not catch it. Calm down, and don't worry, Wang Wei reassured himself. Although he had a feeling this imperfection might be the key to this battle, he knew that worrying and hurrying were counterproductive to success. As the purple flame rushed to him, Wang Wei waved his hand to create the same flame. The Dusk Emperor gave him his scripture, so he knew a great deal about destruction Dao. Annihilation is only a state of complete destruction, but it does not escape the concept of destruction Dao, and it's not some transcended or better version of destruction. Discs of eradication, I think you should take a look at Snavel. Dozens of purple discs manifested before Di Tian, each releasing a terrifying power. Eradication, thought Wang Wei, who instantly realized the core of the technique. A more focused form of destruction. He immediately realized the purpose of each of these discs. One disc wished to eradicate his body, the other his soul, then his Dao, mind, spirit, memories, intelligence, and even karma. There is a reason the 5 supreme outlaw Daoists reign supreme, he calmly commented. Di Tian used creation Dao to control destruction Dao, and this should not be his limit. In terms of versatility and ability to control all 3,000 Daoists and 800 side doors, creation Dao has a tremendous advantage, he analyzed calmly as a yin-yang symbol appeared behind him before entering his body. The universe is a process of yin and yang, and everything must remain balanced, forming a cycle. So, after destruction, there must be creation. Bang! The disc hit Wang Wei's body, but he was intact. Whenever the discs eradicate something, his body naturally uses the opposite concept to ensure balance. Wang Wei has to admit that Yin-Yang Dao was his favorite. He would have chosen it as his main Dao if he had not walked the path of fate. If he were Grand Dao and created the Chaos Universe, he would have made Yin-Yang Dao one of the supreme outlaws. Di Tian was not surprised his technique was not as successful as he wished. He knew this battle would not be easy, but he was at ease. His creation Dao allowed him to level the playing field to a certain extent. Furthermore, he discovered he could do much more with his creation Dao, and now he had the 10 Supremacy Foundation. Many of his previous restrictions, incapabilities, and limits were gone. His power of creation seemed limitless. Calm down, don't let this power go to your head, he reminded himself. Primordial chaos. With a single thought, Di Tian created a piece of primordial chaos. However, he soon discovered such an act would take too much of a toll on himself. So, he swallowed the metal dimension as material for his creation. Wang Wei found himself in a dark purple environment. Everything around seemed ancient, noble, and infinite. Additionally, a terrifying power was rapidly annihilating and assimilating his body. He protected himself with a shield, even boosting its power with his true will. However, such an act did almost nothing, reducing the speed of his assimilation by a small margin. The fate of primordial chaos is to change from nothingness to existence, filled its infiniteness with finite creation, like worlds, creatures, and life. As Wang Wei uttered these words, the river of fate manifested above the primordial chaos. Then, its strings vibrated, rapidly molding this piece of primordial chaos. A world capable of existing and sustaining life appeared in Di Tian's primordial chaos, and Wang Wei floated inside, perfectly intact. Di Tian squinted his eyes, pondering only for a moment. All worlds, creatures, and life existing in primordial chaos must experience the changes of yin and yang, the process of birth, aging, and destruction. They must experience samsara. As he said these words, Wang Wei's vast world that can exist in primordial chaos suddenly manifested the path of reincarnation. Then, it ages rapidly, reaching the stage where it will die, putting Wang Wei in danger again. Man will conquer nature, said Wang Wei. No life will accept their fate of destruction and will fight to their last breath for survival. As he said these words, the dying world birthed creatures. And those creatures studied heaven and earth, trying to prevent the death or destruction of their world. Their attempts appeared futile, but they served the purpose of their creation or existence, delaying the death of this world and buying enough time for Wang Wei. Clash of Dao, 7. Fight against heaven and earth? Against their fate? Said Di Tian with a sneer. Most people have their life determined the moment they are born, doomed to be nothing but puppets. He did not hesitate to take a page from his opponent's book. With his words, he created something similar to the river of fate, controlling the destiny and fate of all the people Wang Wei created. As a result, 99% of the people who were trying to fight to prevent the death of their world stopped, accepting their upcoming doom. Only the remaining 1%, with determined will, refused to accept such an end. Sadly, such a drastic change accelerated the destruction of the world. Wang Wei watched all of this with calm and indifferent eyes, secretly shaking his head. He knew if he were more powerful, he could have created cultivators, allowing for more people to fight against this upcoming fate. Unfortunately, his current ability can barely allow him to create life, but it cannot create a complete world with spiritual power and laws that allow cultivation. Regardless, watching these people struggling to escape their fate and most of them abandoning such pursuit and leaving only a few to continue greatly benefited his understanding of fate Dao. Plus, he only needed them to buy enough time to save his life, and he succeeded. He waved his hand to manifest the yin-yang tai chi symbol. The symbol rotated, rapidly evolving into something more complex. Yin-yang, Taiji, evolving into Wuji, muttered Di Tian, and he was correct. After watching Zhang Yuqing's battle with monk Wuji, he learned about the benefit of understanding Wuji Dao to his fleshly Buddhist concept of nothingness, so he designated time to evolve his yin-yang law into Wuji when needed. So, during this battle, he used Wuji to imbue his body with one of the properties of primordial chaos, infinite. After his body attained that property, he did not care for the destruction of that world. The power of primordial chaos can no longer assimilate him, and Di Tian knew of this. So, he chose a different approach. He took the primordial chaos he created and molded it into something else. A golden river manifested above the sky of the water dimension, releasing an unknown and fierce fluctuation. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he looked at that river. The river of freedom, he commented, already deducing Di Tian's plan. He created or copied the river of fate module to create the river of freedom, the antithesis of his fate Dao. Sadly, you're mistaken. Wang Wei pointed his finger to manifest the river of fate, which proceeded to release countless strings that entered the golden river. Plouch. Di Tian vomited a small mouthful of blood as Wang Wei instantly took control of his river of freedom, inducing a backlash. Then Wang Wei opened his mouth and swallowed that river. Mysterious charms or Dao rhymes emanated from his body as his pseudo or incomplete Dao body became more complete. He once absorbed the river of fate from the heavenly abode world. Now, with this river of freedom, his foundation became deeper. Although his strength did not increase by much, his future potential had drastically increased. Di Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while trying to control his anger. Nothing is more outrageous than when your enemy uses your ability to increase their strength. However, he was a wise person to know when to learn from a situation. So, after this experience, he had some ideas. Since Wang Wei can use such a method to perfect his Dao body and foundation, he can follow in his footsteps. After this battle, he will enter one of the branches of samsara and use its power to strengthen his Dao body. Heavenly Dao Tian acted swiftly as he created a third eye on his forehead. Immediately, his temperament changed. He became cold, indifferent, noble, and almighty. His eyes penetrated all secrets, truths, and mysteries between heaven and earth. Di Tian became the embodiment that knowledge is power. Wang Wei immediately became serious. He knew the importance of information or knowledge. Although Heaven Dao appeared to be the most useless and weakest among the 5 supreme outlaw Dao, He knew this was far from the truth. Knowledge is power is not just a saying. If a mortal has all the knowledge in the universe, they could easily plan the death of a paragon. The supreme outlaw Daoists stood at the pinnacle of all Daoists because it's easier for them to affect all other Daoists. Greater chaos is the embodiment of all Daoists. Fate can control all Daoists. Creation Dao can create all Daoists. Destruction can eradicate all Daoists. And Heaven Dao allows someone to know about all Daoists. I think you should take a look at this novel. For example, if someone practices Heaven Dao and knows everything about a specific person, it is the same as knowing their fate. In some of the novels Wang Wei read on Earth, some protagonists control fate Dao by using a quantum computer that can calculate all variables in the universe, thus knowing the destiny of everything in existence. So, he knew the horror of Heaven Dao. Wang Wei immediately acted after knowing what Tian had done. Order, all information about me will be hidden. Disorder, as a price, I will lose the corresponding spiritual power. As soon as Wang Wei used his order disorder Dao, Tian frowned. His purpose in using Heaven Dao was to know how to defeat his opponent through knowledge. However, things seemed to have failed before even beginning. With his heavenly eye, he saw what the specific order and disorder Wang Wei used to block him. He also saw trying to circumvent the restrictions as useless because his opponent's spiritual power was so vast that it seemed infinite. He seemed to be connected to this source of infinite spiritual power. Although there is a seal to this source, it was only there because Wang Wei did not want to remove it. Tian decided to no longer focus on such a thing that served no purpose in helping him win this battle. He looked around, processing all the information and knowledge he knew. In a very short time, he created the next tactic that would help him win this battle. He waved his hand to manifest a very complex formation. Then, a colossal hand descended on Wang Wei from the formation, making his facial expression grave. For the first time since this battle started, he felt death approaching him. So, he did not hesitate to use whatever means available to protect himself. He summoned his Proving Dao artifact and copied Tong Rubing's artifact by turning it into a jewel in his forward that boosted all his abilities. Rho Alpha and Alpha S Nu Omicron V Epsilon L Omicron 5 elements shield. Yin Yang can evolve the 5 elements, and his body is perfectly balanced with the 5 elements. So, he used this layer of shield to block this attack. Wuji's shield, using the characteristic of infinite to swallow the attack. After all, the attack has to pass through infinite before reaching him. However, Wang Wei was not finished. Infinite space. He added another layer of infinity by using his space Dao to create an infinite space between himself and the attack. Wang Wei did not care that he was shameless and copied this technique from his past life. Time acceleration shield. The attack will pass through a time acceleration domain, meaning millions of years will have passed before reaching him. And after so long, most of its strength would have been corroded with the passage of time. Death shield. The attack will die before reaching its destination. Life shield. The attack will change into life energy that heals him as it passes through that layer. Karma shield. He chose someone who is connected to him by karma to bear some of the attacks for him. And without hesitation, Wang Wei chose his ancestor, Sword One. Anyway, he knew she would not mind nor be affected. Luck shield. Whatever needs to happen to ensure this attack is not successful or is weakened as much as possible will happen after passing through that shield. Destiny and fate shield. This shield is applied to Wang Wei himself. It blessed him with the destiny and fate to survive this encounter. Freedom shield. Another shield that applied blessing to himself. He blessed him to be free from death, injury, and attacks. The final layer of protection he created used his secondary Daoist, which includes Soul Shield, Array Shields, Talisman Shield, and pills that strengthen defense, increased regeneration, and a variety of life-saving methods. Boom! The towering hand still landed on Wang Wei despite all his protections. The power it released was devastating, annihilating both the water and wood dimension, leaving Tian standing in the yin dimension. Such power was beyond anything his own power could ever reach, shocking all the watchers of this battle. Everyone already knew this Heaven Will battle would be legendary, but they never thought it would reach such a height. Playing dirty. The dust settled, and Wang Wei appeared at the center of the previous attack. His body was in terrible shape, leaving only his upper torso, blood dripping from all parts of his body. However, he did not care since he survived that terrible attack, even at the cost of severe damage to his soul. The good news is I prevent his Dao will and will manifestation from entering my body. The bad news is there is a terrifying aura that has similar effects left in my soul. Wang Wei already analyzed the essence of such a terrible attack. Di Tian used his knowledge to create a terrible formation that borrowed the strength of heavenly Dao itself. Such a thing should not be easily accomplished, even with the control of Heaven Dao. However, heavenly Dao created the current battlefield. Thus, the environment retained some of its aura. Such a small aura could not even be detected by someone as keen as Wang Wei, let alone Di Tian. However, with Di Tian having knowledge of most secrets of heaven and earth, he knew of its existence. So, he used that remaining aura to leverage heavenly Dao's power. That attack reached beyond the limit of the third-class emperor. It probably reached 10 to 11% Grand Dao source. For a moment he was scared. If he had not acted swiftly and used all his Dao to reduce the power of that attack, he would have been annihilated. Furthermore, he guessed heavenly Dao intervened and reduced the amount of power Di Tian could use. A cracking sound echoed inside Wang Wei's sea of consciousness, making the space tremble slightly. Without hesitation, he opened the seal from his time as the Myriad Devourer. An intense amount of spiritual power appeared in his sea of consciousness. He did not hesitate to use them to remove heavenly Dao's aura before repairing his primordial spirit. Finally, he used the rest of the spiritual power and converted it into life energy to regenerate his missing limbs. Wang Wei then gazed at Di Tian, who was breathing heavily. He was not surprised by his state since using such borrowed power was not easy. It should have placed a heavy burden on his soul and body to control that formation. Wang Wei believed there should have been some backlash for using that formation. However, with Di Tian's knowledge, he should know how to remove or reduce its effect. Creation Dao, it's worthy of its spot as one of the best, thought Wang Wei with a sneer. He mobilized his Dao frowny face order. Only people who have passed their trial can control any outlaw or supreme outlaw Dao. Disorder, none required since I'm only reinforcing the fundamental rules of heaven and earth. As soon as Wang Wei finished, the rules or laws between heaven and earth changed. From now on, no one who did not pass the trial can use any of the Daos. As expected, the person who suffered was Di Tian. His aura changed as he lost access to the power of creation. His heavenly Dao disappeared, and the creation law in his law altar disappeared. However, this was not the full extent of his suffering. His Samsara Dao was one of the outlaw Dao, but he could only use it because of his status as father of emperors. So, under Wang Wei's order technique, he discovered its power was drastically decreased. For some reason, it was not completely erased, but its current scale was less than 1,000th of its previous power. At this rate, I would die and lose this battle, thought Di Tian, oddly remaining calm despite his current predicament. Is it time to reveal that trump card? He pondered. No, my intuition tells me something unexpected might happen if I use it early. Furthermore, if I do, I should kill him as swiftly as possible. As a powerful cultivator, he knew to trust his instinct since it was a manifestation of his control of his destiny. In that case, I have to use my backup plan. I have a gift for you, suddenly said Di Tian, making Wang Wei frown. He immediately felt something wrong but did not feel any danger. However, nothing good could come out of the upcoming situation. Di Tian waved his hand to manifest a strange and complicated rune. Swish. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kma bright light flashed before him, summoning something. Immediately, Wang Wei released a terrible killing intent that made even the Yin dimension 100 times colder. You don't want to do this. But I do, replied the Samsara Lord with a sneer. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's eyes became colder by the second. Release him, and you don't have to suffer my wrath. Oh, I'm so scared, replied Di Tian, refusing to admire his heart skipped a beat. Then, he calmly looked at the captured Li Jun. I'm sure you're wondering how I got to him. When he went to get the war talisman, replied Wang Wei, not giving him the satisfaction of showing off. He figured out many things and placed many pieces together in such a short time. He once found the behavior of some of his ancestors strange. He asked, but everyone denied it and said some other stuff occupied them. Wang Wei did not pay much attention to them. After all, these people have lived a long life and have many secrets. So, heaven knows why they behaved the way they did. But now, he knew why. They knew of the things Di Tian left on Li Jun's body but did not tell him. They probably argued about whether they should do so and intervened. However, given the precedents Qiyuan and Sword Empress left behind to cultivate genius in the most cruel way possible, he was not surprised they remained quiet. Furthermore, if they told him, Heavenly Dao would consider their actions as interfering in the heaven will battle, leading to severe consequences. Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm down, trying to assess the situation and find a way out. Yes, I should know someone like you could deduce the truth even with limited information, said Di Tian calmly. However, I should warn you not to make any movements that I can interpret as suspicious. We don't want anything to happen, don't we? Wang Wei gazed at him. So far, our battle has only been a battle of Dao, for the sole chance at transcending time and death. If you do this, everything now will be personal. As I previously said, things become personal the moment you destroy my sleepers, replied Di Tian with a cold face. They were the only true family I had left. They were a symbol of my past, a representation of all my suffering through countless reincarnations. But you killed 95% of them. So, this battle has long been personal. I have met your wife, uttered Wang Wei. She made a deal with me to spare your life if I was the final winner of this battle. And since I owe her karma, I intend to keep my word. But if you do this, there is no turning back. Your arrogance disgusts me, said Di Tian. Do I need you to let me survive? Wang Wei released his clenched fists. Anyone who knows him can understand the calmer he is, the angrier he is, and the scarier he becomes. According to his previous plan, even if he wins this battle, he would not annihilate Di Tian's soul and allow him to continue to reincarnate. He could probably survive another 9 rounds of samsara with his new and improved soul quality. Furthermore, depending on how much help his perfect foundation grants him, he even plans to help his wife repay the karma of giving him and Wu Hong her understanding of perfection. However, now, his mind was only full of anger, brutality, and savagery. He did not like this side of him since it's easier to get out of control. But now, he could not care about such a thing. What exactly do you want? He asked, his aura and temperament even calmer than before. His subtle change made Di Tian frown as he felt a terrible volcano, slowly dormant and prepared to explode with a catastrophic result. However, it was too late to return, and he did not wish to. He will win this battle, no matter what he has to do or how far he has to go. Great question, he said. You have 2 choices. Choice 1, forfeit this battle and I will release him. Choice 2, abandon your long brotherhood and watch him die. Show him that your pursuit of Dao means more to him than your so-called bond. Now make your choice. 875 Unhinged. Wang Wei further opened the seal of his memories and spiritual power from his second life as the Myriad Devourer. After accessing this massive source of spiritual power, he mobilized his soul Dao to cast a terrifying illusion. Di Tian immediately tried to resist. However, his samsara Dao was still in a weakened state because of the previous order-disorder technique. Furthermore, he discovered even by changing his previous 3 Emperor artifacts to ones designed explicitly with soul or protection Grand Dao source, he could not stop the illusion. Then his nightmare began. Where am I? Asked Di Tian, looking around. He saw he was in a brightly lit room, and his arms were chained. He tried to break them, mobilizing his overwhelming power to break free. Alas, he discovered the ability of these chains was beyond his capabilities. Oh, you're awake, suddenly said a voice that drew Di Tian's attention. He saw a handsome young man with silver gray hair and eyes enter this dungeon-like room. Wang Wei? Why are you here? What have you done to me? he asked coldly. His memories were foggy, but he suddenly remembered he was in a terrible battle with the person before him, and he seemed to have lost. None of that matters, said Wang Wei, his eyes colder than anything Di Tian has seen in his life. Suddenly he had a terrible omen. I have a surprise for you, said Wang Wei before clapping his hand. Then, Di Tian's eyes almost popped. He saw his wife, Xiao Ning, in all perfection and glory, slowly walking into the room before standing behind Wang Wei like an obedient puppy. She looked at him with a blushing face and sparkling eyes. Ning, what are you doing here? Why are you looking at him like this? However, she paid him no mind and only looked at the ground shyly. Di Tian could sense some sort of anticipation from her. What? I hope you enjoy the show, said Wang Wei with a sneer. Then he waved his hand to create a barrier that seemed to isolate sound. Finally, he turned to Xiao Ning and slowly undressed. While she was shy, he was far from it. On the contrary, he seemed adept at removing her clothes. Without hesitation or pause, Wang Wei removed his clothes before placing Xiao Ning on the floor. Soon afterward, a pleasant sound echoed in the room, followed by the Dao rhyme of yin-yang. Nu! Screamed Di Tian, the sounds of chains rattling reverberating in this dungeon. Sadly, his voice could not penetrate the barrier, but he could hear everything on the other side. For the next few hours, his screams became embedded in the very foundation of the room. Unfortunately, nothing he did would stop what he was forced to watch. Di Tian tried to close his eyes and closed off his other senses. However, her moaning voice penetrated deep into his soul. Somehow, the voice without any visuals made the experience even worse. Di Tian felt his sanity rapidly slipping into an endless abyss with each passing second. His mind fractured and was on the verge of collapse. The only thing keeping him sane or even alive was his hatred and the constant reminder that this was not real. However, the truth was before him, and no matter what he did, he could not break out of this illusion. Wang Wei put his clothes back on. How do you like my show? I will kill you, roared Di Tian, trying to catch Wang Wei by the throat. His hands were only a few centimeters from his target, but the chains did not provide him with any more mobility. Wang Wei calmly watched him, not even batting an eye when he was this close. Instead, he sneered, "This is just the beginning." He walked away, and with a snap of his finger, the sleeping Xiao Ning floated in the air to follow him. The next day, Wang Wei appeared in the dungeon and put on another show for Di Tian. I swear, she is sweeter than yesterday, said Wang Wei, creepily licking his lips as he put on his clothes. Is this the characteristics of a perfect creature? She gets firmer instead of looser? Di, no wonder you were so infatuated. Arf. Di Tian released a bestial growl as his eyes turned to bloodshed. His palms were bleeding as he dug his nails into them. However, his physical pain was nothing compared to the psychological one. There is no need to get wound up, said Wang Wei with a smirk. Today is only the second day. We have plenty of time. Don't worry. I promise to make things memorable for you. Wang Wei walked away, ignoring the growling and the clinking sounds of the chains. The next day he returned and performed the same show. I think you should take a look at Snavel. I was right. This little goblin is getting better. I didn't think I would one day have to worry whether my kidneys could keep up, said Wang Wei with a lewd smile. Why? Asked Di Tian, his voice full of hatred, anger, sadness, and unwillingness. He had a defeatist aura or atmosphere around him. Why are you doing this? Wang Wei looked at him with his cold eyes. You might not remember our battle, but during it, you took away something I love dear. So, as punishment, I will torture you until the end of time. I will slowly break your spirit, repair it, and continue the cycle. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I have plenty more in store for you. Wang Wei walked away. On the fourth day after finishing his show, he saw Di Tian's hair had turned all white, and his spirit reached the lowest level. However, he only glanced at him before continuing the cycle. After a month, Di Tian knelt on the ground, begging to stop. He offered countless conditions, even his eternal servitude. All he wanted was for you to stop and give him back his Ning. However, Wang Wei only looked at him with cold gazes. This was just the beginning. After 3 months, Di Tian begged again. However, he was begging for his life this time. He asked Wang Wei to release him from suffering by killing him and showing him mercy. He had tried to end his life, but the restrictions on the chains prevented him from succeeding. So, all he wanted was relief. You don't deserve my mercy since you brought this upon yourself. Di Tian suddenly felt an intense hatred, not toward Wang Wei, but toward himself. He did not know what he did to bring on such a vile form of torture, but he hated his former self for pushing things to such an extent. For a brief moment, he felt he might have deserved such a harsh punishment for whatever it was he did. After 6 months of this constant torture, Di Tian's spirit could no longer take it and was on the verge of collapsing. However, Wang Wei released a large quantity of spiritual power to keep his last sanity intact. Like I said, this was just the beginning, said Wang Wei with a sneer. The next day, something changed. A third person appeared with Wang Wei and Xiao Ning. Big brother Xiao Feng, said Di Tian, looking at the purple-robed youth before him. He seemed to have thought about what was going to happen and he yelled, "No, no, no, you can't do this." "But I can and I will," said Wang Wei, sneering. "I have gone to extreme lengths to revive him. Now enjoy the show." Roelfa and Elphas Omicron V Epsilon. For the next 6 months, Di Tian watched the women he loved being defiled by his former big brother, who betrayed him. The mental torment broke his psyche. On the second day Xiao Feng had his turn, but Wang Wei always preserved his last burst of sanity. So, after a year, not a single voice could be heard from Di Tian's mouth. He watched and experienced everything with a listless appearance. "Defeated so quickly?" said Wang Wei as he scrutinized him. "This can't be good. I still have some other things planned." "Well, no matter, the next show should simulate you." He clapped his hands, and 5 people walked into the room. They were dressed in rags, dirt all over their coarse clothes, and an almost tangible stench emanated from their bodies. "All of you are the lowest of society. However, today, you will experience something that even the most powerful cultivators never had the chance to touch: a perfect creature. Now, have fun, for today only, forget all your worries." Wang Wei coldly looked at Di Tian, who had a look of horror in his face. Then he slowly walked out of the room, not minding the beggar's discussion on who gets to go first. Like I said, this is just the beginning. 876 Unknown Power Kacha. The sounds of something breaking echoed in the endless void, and Di Tian opened his eyes, his complexion paler than the whitest snow. He knelt in the void while breathing heavily. He gazed at Wang Wei with unmatched fury, his eyes dripping with tears of blood. However, his eyes were no longer the same as they used to be. They now contained an underlying sadness and pain forever etched deep in his mind. Di Tian knew he was not the same man he was a few minutes ago. A part of him died, and he might never regain whatever he lost. For a moment, he regretted killing Li Jun. However, he understood he could not go back and did not want to. With the last remaining sanity he had left, he tried to remove the memories of what he experienced in that illusion. Sadly, Wang Wei seemed to have used a potent curse to engrave these memories deep in his soul. Di Tian immediately used his knowledge of curses to remove these memories, but his attempt failed again. Curses can infinitely power depending on how much of a price their casters are willing to pay. Unfortunately for him, Wang Wei paid a high price. He sacrificed the spiritual power equivalent to a great emperor to ensure the curse remained, and Di Tian will be plagued with these memories for a long time. Di Tian cursed inward as he understood that it would take him a few years, even a decade, to remove them from his soul even if he proved the Tao. That's how far Wang Wei was willing to go to make him suffer. Di Tian's aura suddenly became chaotic. His agitated mood made his collapsing spirit even worse. 2 lights inside his sea of Di Tian's aura suddenly became chaotic. His agitated mood made his collapsing spirit even worse. 2 lights inside his sea of consciousness became more intense as they continued soothing and repairing his primordial spirit. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was calmly watching. While Di Tian was in this weak and chaotic state, His eyes could see things he could previously not. So, he saw the Bodhi tree and another artifact trying to maintain Di Tian's spirit. Furthermore, he knew these two things working together allowed Di Tian to escape his illusion. If it were up to him, he would have tortured him until the end of time. This thing should be his proving Dao artifact, said Wang Wei as he looked at the floating pagoda releasing brilliant black and white lights. Why is it so powerful? Wang Wei could tell the artifact was similar to his. It contained a mysterious Dao rhyme indicating its power and potential. And after the Grand Dao baptism, after proving the Dao, it should give a boost of at least 5%. However, he also discovered Di Tian's artifact was more potent than his. Is it because he used more chaos treasure to refine and temper it? Analyzed Wang Wei, his mind working extremely fast. Although he was in a state of unmatched rage and no bottom line, his fury was also a silent and calm one. And as soon as possible. The chaotic rhyme released by the artifact is indeed much higher than mine. But that's not the main cause of its uniqueness. Based on his analysis, Di Tian's artifact will give him a minimum of 6% Grand Dao Source boost, and that's only the minimum. As such, he wanted to know why, since it could be a major factor that decides the outcome of this battle. It could be due to the baptism of samsara. Cultivators can reincarnate with their powers. In fact, it is how most cultivators who choose to reincarnate do. The artifact will then serve as their protector and ensure they survive the early stages of reincarnation. It can also ensure they begin to walk the path of cultivation before awakening their memories by storing their cultivation techniques in the artifact. The artifact can also serve as a luck-condensing artifact to ensure that the reincarnator has plenty of luck to survive and grow. As such, reincarnating with a weapon or artifact is a prevalent thing. From what Wang Wei learned from the Oracle Mirror, Di Tian had a bloodline artifact in his first life when he fought against his ancestor, Qiyuan. However, after his defeat, he cultivated the origin path and created a proving Dao artifact. Wang Wei did not know whether Di Tian used his bloodline artifact and turned it into a proving Dao artifact, or he fused them or did something else with it. I think you should take a look at Snavel. However, he does know the latter has been using the same artifact for 9 lives, thus making it very special. No, the aura of samsara on the artifact is very pure and potent. However, there seemed to be something else unique about it. This weapon seemed as powerful as a real Emperor artifact. Wang Wei knew the implications behind such a truth. No matter how powerful Emperor artifacts are, they are someone else's thing and cannot be adequately wielded by mortals with foreign aid like formations and faction luck, even if they pay a hefty price. However, proving Dao artifacts are the best weapon for any cultivators. They fit their owner's Dao, soul, body, qi, ideologies, goals, ambitions, and purposes perfectly. As such, any cultivators can easily use the full power of their proving Dao artifacts and push their powers beyond the limits, granting higher battle prowess. Wang Wei immediately made a note of that artifact while also thinking of possible countermeasures. He looked at Di Tian, who had regained some strength, and said with a bone-chilling coldness, "Now that you've experienced spiritual baptism, it's only fair you also experience the physical one." A great deal of dread overwhelmed Di Tian. He had just finished sealing the curse in his soul and reducing the effects of these memories to the lowest level possible. So, he was still in a weakened state mentally and required more time to heal or even respond. Alas, he was too slow. Innate talent, pain, arf, screamed Di Tian as he felt an unimaginable pain assaulting all his senses. He was a body refiner and quite accomplished, so pain was normal for him. His pain threshold is something that 90% of all cultivators in the lower dimension could not dream of achieving. Yet, he almost lost his mind after experiencing this pain. Di Tian's instinct was to hold his head since it was the place it hurt the most. However, his other body parts hurt so much that he could not even move. If flying had not become a passive and instinctive ability, he would have fallen from the air in this Yin dimension. Wang Wei watched all of this calmly. He was one of the only ones who knew what kind of pain he inflicted on his opponent. He used his pain talent to recreate the process when he took all 7 flesh tribulations in the 3rd stage of the true power Dao realm. Furthermore, he even boosted the pain with his talent, thus reaching a level that even he did not know he could withstand. Tian's sanity, which had barely stabilized, was again on the verge of collapsing. The Bodhi tree and Samsara pagoda released their powers to control their pain receptors while also cutting off the connection between the body and the soul, but their attempt was futile. Wang Wei's innate talent was cultivated to the point where pain was a concept. So, even though he did not control pain law, the power of the talent reached such a level. Tian found his consciousness fleeting. Among all the unbearable pain, he was trying his hardest to focus so he could form a coherent. Years of experience and a very high willpower allowed him to barely regain his bearings. So, he gathered his Dao will and will manifestation to form a defensive armor around his soul, mind, and spirit. Such an act was a wise choice. He continued by controlling his primordial spirit to chant Buddhist mantras, thus boosting the effect of the Bodhi tree. Finally, he sacrificed his remaining Yin universe to his pagoda to boost it. He wanted to use the Yin energy in this Yin dimension, but he knew Wang Wei would never allow it. With all these methods, Tian finally suppressed the pain to a barely tolerable level. "I will slaughter him," he roared in his mind. He finally chose to use his most powerful trump cards. However, his last remaining wisp of wisdom reminded him of the intuition he had if he used his trump cards. So, he decided to use a wiser method. Boom! Tian released a terrifying aura, pushing away Wang Wei, who was rushing forward after sensing something was wrong. An unknown power or mutation emanated from his law altar that instantly dissolved the pain innate talent. Furthermore, even the seal on the curse on his soul was reinforced. He looked at Wang Wei with maddening and blight rage, his aura extremely overwhelming. "I will slaughter you," he roared, shaking the heavens as his words were not a statement but a fact, an oath. (877) Struggling Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat. He felt a great sense of danger. What's going on? He was baffled by Tian's sudden change in aura and strength. Furthermore, all the methods of detection he could use were useless as he could not peep at a single piece of information. Boom! Before he could react and in deep thought, Tian appeared before him and punched him. Wang Wei's body punched a hole through the space of the Yin dimension and appeared thousands of light years away. However, he did not care about such an insignificant thing as he focused on his arm. His arms had become necrotic, as if he was a corpse that had been decomposed for hundreds of years. The power of death? His confusion was due to the fact he could not remove the power of death from his body, even with his life and death, Samsara, Dao. So, exploded his hands before regenerating them. While flying away with great momentum, Tian suddenly appeared before him for the second time. However, Wang Wei was concentrating, so he noticed the movement. He gathered his true will along with his Dao and countered the latter's punch with his own. Boom! A terrifying shockwave shocked the entire Yin dimension. However, such a terrible sound was quickly overshadowed by a cracking sound. Wang Wei looked with great shock as his bones cracked, almost fracturing if not for reinforcement of his true will. Additionally, it was not just his bones. His skin was lacerated, his muscles and tendons snapped like the string from a bow, and meridians exploded. His strength. Wang Wei immediately realized his attacks experienced reincarnation upon coming into contact with Tian's fists, thus rendering them useless. Meanwhile, the opponent's attack overwhelmed him and almost entered his body. But even with the protection from his true will, his potent fleshly body did not survive the clash. His strength has reached 7% Grand Dao source, analyzed Wang Wei. In their previous confrontation, the strength displayed by the two fluctuated between 5 to 6%, and only when Tian used Heavenly Daoist power did they exceed such a level. But now, Tian has surpassed that level by relying on his own strength. Moreover, this is not the most important thing. These words were the last thought of Wang Wei before Tian killed him. Wang Wei felt as if that single foot bore a weight that even words or concepts like decillion could not quantify. Boom! Wang Wei's body and soul exploded, not even leaving a single drop of blood. Such an attack should have ended his path of the Tao, but things were not simple. Di Tian looked in the distance. He knew how the latter escaped. Before his body exploded, he opened a hole in his back and sent a drop of black into the distance. Afterward, it's simple for him to regenerate from that drop. The weight of samsara? The weight of karma? Wang Wei had a technique similar to this, so he swiftly analyzed Di Tian's technique. That kick bore the weight of all the souls in samsara, including the weight of karma, both sinful and virtuous. That's not important right now, thought Wang Wei. My Daoist seemed restricted in front of him. Mobilizing them has become extremely difficult, and my samsara Dao seemed useless. His mind worked on overdrive, trying to figure out what was going on. He sensed Di Tian approaching and suddenly disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. The environment around Wang Wei kept changing while he looked in one direction. Infinite layer world. Wang Wei used his space-time Dao to create a dimension as large, if not larger, than the current Yin dimension, hiding his body. Di Tian would bulldoze the dimensions, bringing it to the end or death. However, Wang Wei kept creating more, creating countless layers of worlds between himself and his opponent. All he cared about was buying enough time to analyze the situation and develop countermeasures. Alas, Di Tian destroyed these universes faster than he could create them. This is one of the consequences of his current weakened Dao. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kmit seems the farther I am from him, the weaker the effect, thought Wang Wei before changing his proving Dao artifact into an armor that covered his entire body. Boom! A mighty punch hit his head, sending him crashing from the Yin dimension to the Yang dimension. He glanced at the dent in his armor and felt the power of samsara trying to turn it into rust. Luckily, he refined the artifact with countless chaos treasures and ensured its defense was even above his fleshly body. Wang Wei did not waste time and pointed his finger upward. Then, a large formation materialized in the sky, connecting directly to the Yang dimension. Liling did an excellent job, thought Wang Wei. The formation was expertly created, allowing him to easily take control of it and use his power to boost its effect. Furthermore, it can connect to the Yang dimension, creating a yin-yang formation. With this information in mind, he purposely controlled himself to fall into the Yang dimension before their battle destroyed the Yin dimension. A large yin-yang fish symbol surrounded Wang Wei as he controlled the formation. He did not use a more aggressive method and continued his previous tactic of buying time. Bang! The formation trembled as Di Tian attacked it aggressively. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took this opportunity to check his law altar, trying to figure out why his Dao was walking so sluggish. He paid special attention to his samsara Dao. Is this a type of domain ability? A saint can easily kill millions of void-shattering realm cultivators because of their domain. Once they unleashed it, the laws of void-shattering realm cultivators became useless. If the saint cultivates the same law as the void-shattering realm cultivator, the suppression will be hundredfold more severe. No, although it functions like a domain, it's different from one. The difference seemed subtle, but he could detect it. Alas, Wang Wei did not have much time to think since Di Tian forcefully destroyed the formation. He summoned the heaven path from samsara to manifest an innate creature called the void-swimming snake. This snake had the innate ability to break space and formation, so Wang Wei's yin-yang array did not last long. Wang Wei's danger senses once again went on overdrive. He saw a massive creature coiling around Di Tian. It was a red dragon with the face of a human. The creature stood before the heaven path, and its aura was not less noble than samsara itself. It had piercing bright eyes that were the first thing people would notice about it. Torch dragon, thought Wang Wei, remembering the name of the creature. It's a chaos creature, also known as candle dragon. It has many monikers, but the main one is the dragon of creation and destruction. The process of opening its eyes will complete the final process of the birth of the world, including establishing its laws and nurturing the birth of heavenly Tao. And when the world reaches its end and is about to be destroyed, the candle dragon will return and close its eyes, bringing it to its final destination. Di Tian's candle dragon gazed intently at Wang Wei before closing its eyes. Boom! A terrifying power of destruction traveled between heaven and earth, destroying everything, including the yin and yang dimension. Wang Wei watched the entire process with a calm demeanor, knowing he could not resist such an act. And even if he could, it was not worth doing. His body, soul, and Tao dissipated between heaven and earth. So, was this it for his journey? Not quite. After his death, Wang Wei's innate talent, the wheel of life and death, activated and brought him to life perfectly intact. After learning about longevity resources, he has been training this talent to grant him a few extra lives after proving the Tao. As such, he succeeded in raising it to the level that it could revive him 9 times without using any energy to heal like it used to. I only have 2 lives left, thought Wang Wei as he realized the devastating consequences of Di Tian's attacks. He did not have the 9 lives he should have, but only 3. I must do whatever is necessary to find the truth of his technique. Hopefully 2 is plenty enough. Wang Wei had other means to revive himself. At his level, death has started to become meaningless. However, these methods often have limitations, like he needed a certain part of him to survive or he needed outside help or preparation. Only the life and death will granted him complete revival without any preparations or consequences, similar to the death substitution talisman. Wang Wei watched the red dragon disappear, knowing this battle had reached a tipping point. If he is not careful, he will suffer a fate worse than death, the end of his Tao journey. 878 The answer? Yama King's armor. Yama, the god of death, is one of the highest positions of the underworld, ensuring that everything proceeds smoothly. And as ruler of the afterlife, Yama is truly the master of death. His aura increased slightly as the armor appeared on Di Tian's body. However, the most significant change was a sword in his hand that contained the terrifying power of death. Chains of death. Numerous chains materialized from the void, heading directly toward Wang Wei. They covered the sky with sheer numbers and had one objective: capture him. Even fate cannot restrain me, let alone death, said Wang Wei with a sneer. Roar of fate. All sentient beings in the chaos universe have a string of fates that manifest in the river of fate. Maybe some people have escaped from this shackle. Perhaps that is an inevitable outcome. With this roar, Wang Wei turned these strings, a manifestation of their entire life, of their struggle, pain, rise, and success, into sound. To be exact, he condensed their lives into a raging sound of anger, unwillingness, and defiance. Bang! The terrifying sound broke these chains of death without much resistance. Then, the sound wave pushed Di Tian a few steps backward, even leaving a small scratch on his new armor. The power of fate. Even while being suppressed, it has such power, he thought, his eyes colder than usual. His determination to kill his opponent reached another layer. He glanced at his opponent before attacking. Yama's judgment. He flicked his wrists, and the death sword in his hand flew into the heavens, turning into a colossal size, larger than a star. However, this was not the end. A book as large as the sword with the characters, life and death, manifested along with a pen. Then, the pen wrote Wang Wei's name on the book before releasing a power that boosted the sword's power. Then, the sword descended on its target. Deception of fate. The power of fate enveloped Wang Wei's body. Then, in an instant, he deceived fate itself. He confused the book of life and death, convincing it that although his name was also Wang Wei, he was not the one it was targeting. Cracks appeared along Wang Wei's body, and blood dripped from his orifices. Damn it, he cursed internally. His technique should have worked, but because of the suppression of his Tao, it failed at the last minute, allowing the death sword to target him. Luckily, he deceived most of the power. Di Tian was aggressive and did not give him time to rest, heal, or strategize. He waved his hand, and the pen made a mark on the book next to Wang Wei's name. In an instant, Wang Wei's status between heaven and earth, his status in samsara, changed to that of a sinner of the highest caliber. Previously, Wang Wei removed all his karmic sins and prevented more from happening with his karma-unbound physique. Furthermore, his accomplishment in the area controlled by the Dao opening sect provided him with countless merits to walk the path, sagehood. However, with this one move, Di Tian temporarily changed all these accomplishments, turning him into someone who has created an unfathomable amount of sins during his life. With such sins, the judgment and execution against him became of the highest order. So, when the death sword descended a second time, he knew he could not resist without normal means. Bloodline fate, myriad figures appeared behind Wang Wei. Upon closer observation, the one closest to him seemed to be his father, Wang Tian, followed by his grandfather, Wang Cheng. At the end of this long line of people was the founder of the Dao opening sect and the ancestor of the Wang clan, Qiuan. Although the latter had no children throughout his life, he became the bloodline ancestor of the Wang clan once he cut off the connection to the heaven-opening emperor. Wang Wei looked at all these people before secretly shaking his head. He would wish to choose some of his ancestors. But for this technique, he needs assistance and no interference or resistance, so he could only choose his father. After choosing Wang Tian, an illusory figure manifested next to him. However, this was just the beginning. He used luck Dao to control probability and time Dao to create numerous possible futures. Then, one of these futures fused with Wang Wei's physical manifestation of fate. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from his body. The aura shocked Di Tian and everyone watching because it was the same as these two legends, the aura of a great emperor. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Wang Wei's method was to summon his father's fate and use other means to create a possible future where the latter succeeded in achieving the Ten Supremacy Foundation. Now, such a technique would not be possible if not for the fact Wang Tian's talent had the possibility of reaching such a realm. Regardless, what's important is he chose the correct ancestor and succeeded. Wang Wei then changed his ever-changing Dao heart, turning into a supreme swordsman who dedicated his entire life to the Dao of Sword, even to the detriment of his family and loved ones. Wang Tian's fate then fused with Wang Wei's body, superimposing his power into his son's. His proving Dao artifact turned into a pure white sword, releasing a terrifying sword will. With a calm demeanor, Wang Wei swung his sword, releasing a slash more brilliant than 1,000,000,000,000 galaxies. The slash overwhelmed the death sword, cutting it into two before proceeding to the book and pen. Unfortunately, they released a barrier that blocked its power. Even my father's sword Dao is suppressed, analyzed Wang Wei. This slash was enough to cut even samsara into countless pieces if not for this suppression. Resisting. The more you resist, the faster you die, thought Di Tian. His technique is based on the Yama King, one of the highest rulers of samsara. Yamas are entities that deal with the reincarnation of people as powerful and influential as paragons. If they do not have the strength to deal with some of these unruly paragons who are used to rule above myriad races and worlds, the path of reincarnation would have long turned into their playthings. Bang! A magnificent stone bridge appeared between heaven and earth. The Bridge of Remembrance. As soon as the bridge appeared, people instinctively knew its name. That's how ancient and noble it was. After someone dies, they have to walk through this bridge. Their lives will be flashed before them, allowing them to contemplate their past failures, successes, and regrets. Of course, the bridge will also record this person's life to allow the path of reincarnation to determine their karma, whether they will be sent to hell for punishment or get reincarnated. Furthermore, the true purpose of this bridge is to weaken the truly powerful souls and prevent them from making trouble after their judgment. The bridge released a terrifying aura that immediately suppressed his body, especially his soul. Wang Wei was almost removed from his current state of fusing with his father's fate. Then, to his horror, the previously destroyed death sword materialized for a second time. Then, with the book, pen, sword, and bridge working together, he disappeared from heaven and earth. This should have been the end, but Di Tian frowned instead. As someone in control of the true book of life and death, he knew whether his opponent was dead. Even this technique could not grant him true death? True death should have removed all possible revival methods and abilities. I should not underestimate him. Di Tian entered a state similar to Wang Wei, a calm fury. So, no matter how angry he was at the previous event, he would not let emotions cloud his judgment. He moved his head to find the newly revived Wang Wei. To his surprise, he saw the latter rushing toward him, seemingly using a secret technique with terrible side effects. Di Tian did not waste time as he struck again, using the same attack. However, he summoned his Samsara Pagoda to increase the potency of the attack. He wanted his opponent to die at all costs. However, Wang Wei's body had turned all red, with a brilliant flame covering him. No matter what attack or technique hit him, he was perfectly intact. The only signs he was not all right was his rapid passing vitality. He used Turtle Shell's secret technique that burned his body, soul, energy, Daoist, and other things to drastically increase defensive capabilities. He pushed the technique to the limit, even sacrificing his life to reach his opponent. Di Tian felt something was wrong, so he chose the wisest tactic: escape until the opponent's secret technique ran out and he died. He took another page in Wang Wei's book and summoned layers of samsara that he called Reincarnation World. There are many branches of samsara, similar to how the river of time and fate have countless tributaries that flow to every world. So, Di Tian only had to use some of them. Alas, Wang Wei predicted his move and suddenly changed his technique. He used the Rainbow Paragon's technique, based on Turtle Shell's technique, to increase speed instead of defense. In an instant, his speed reached hundreds of thousands of times infinity. He bypassed all these reincarnation worlds and reached Di Tian. Wang Wei placed a shackle on Di Tian, making it so that whatever power he used to increase his strength was not his own or had a time limit. However, his plan failed as he received a terrifying backlash instead. So, that's how it is, he muttered before dying from the backlash. Although this was the last life from his life and death wheel, he was all right with it because he used it appropriately. (879) The Imperfection and the Divination, unedited chapter. As Wang Wei's body reappeared, a look of understanding and excitement appeared on his face. He solved many riddles, secrets, and confusion in this brief confrontation. Grand Dao Source, that's the answer to everything, he thought, his eyes brighter than before. Dao ancestors can control up to 4% of Grand Dao Source, so why can't I, with the 10 Supremacy Foundation, do the same? Wang Wei immediately knew the source of his imperfections. He could use his current foundation to comprehend and control up to 4% of the Grand Dao Source, bringing his power to another level. For some reason, Di Tian knew this truth, and he succeeded. However, he never showed his true power, most likely in fear that I would learn from him. So, he hid the Grand Dao Source fluctuations. Furthermore, this answer also explained many other things. Why did Di Tian's Dao change the laws of one of the dimensions, making Samsara Dao the main Dao of the entire place? Why did all of Wang Wei's Dao be suppressed, especially his life and death, Dao? It's because he controlled the source or origin of all Daos, the Grand Dao Source. As such, all laws or Daos are innately suppressed before the source. This is why Dao ancestors and great emperors are absolute beings before mortals. How did he do it? Is it because he used a more orthodox approach and instantly knew he could control the Grand Dao Source? Or is it because of something else? Asked Wang Wei, who quickly realized this was no longer important. What I need to do now is to also control the Grand Dao Source. So, you find the truth, said Di Tian, his voice and eyes colder than the abyss itself. In the previous confrontation, Wang Wei got answers, but so did he. He finally understood why his intuition warned him not to reveal his Grand Dao Source. Wang Wei does not have any control of the source. However, with his monstrous talent and deep law comprehension foundation, as long as he knows it's possible, it's very easy for him to do the same and reach the same height as me. So, he must die before that. Boom. His aura, which was already scary, actually increased, and by an exponential amount. Behind him manifested a river made of chains. The manifestation of the Grand Dao Source, thought Wang Wei. Grand Dao loved the river motif too much. He quickly removed these distracting thoughts from his mind. He knew he was at a precipice and the slightest mistakes would cause him failure and death. His strength was raised from 7% to 9%, which is the limit of third class. I would not be surprised if he could reach the strength of second class on his own. He remembered Tion's unique Proving Dao artifact. He now knew the reason for its uniqueness. It had experienced one round of Grand Dao Source baptism before Tion even proved the Dao. With such a weapon, Wang Wei could imagine the strength Tion could reach. Damn it. How did things reach this far? Cursed Wang Wei, who no longer hesitated and used all his ability. His body turned gray with long claws, and his pupils turned dark purple. His body contained an ancient and noble aura. Bone's wings grew from his back, but they enveloped him, turning into bone armor. His flesh seemed to have sublimated as the yang and blood energy inside his body drastically improved. Ancient desolate god transformation. The transformation was only the beginning. Wang Wei immediately activated the nothingness concept of his body, turning his body into a state of intangibility. Hand of Death. Tion did not waste time and used his most intense and condensed attack. So, the Life and Death book, the Pen of Judgment, the Death Sword, and the Bridge of Remembrance all turned into a huge palm of condensed death power. Boom! Everything on the path of the hand was annihilated. With the destruction of the yin and yang dimension, the battle was now in an empty void isolated by the power of heavenly Dao itself using a little bit of world source. Alas, this attack was useless. Wang Wei was perfectly intact as the hand passed through him as if he did not exist between heaven and earth. I need to hurry up, thought Wang Wei, who had figured out another puzzle, his prophecy. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Omicron, 2 battles, 2 breakthroughs, 1 useless, 1 successful, forming a cycle, finally breaking the shackles of death. I have fought with Tion twice. In our first battle, I made a breakthrough during our battle, but it was pointless. His power was beyond me at that time. Now, in our second battle, if I can make another breakthrough and comprehend my Grand Dao source, I can win, prove the Dao, become an emperor, and break the shackles of death. Wang Wei's eyes became brighter as his divination had already determined his future and the path he must walk on to prove the Dao. However, I do not have to completely follow in the footsteps of fate. The last part of the divination has given me inspiration if I interpret it in another way. A crazy idea popped into Wang Wei's mind, and he could not contain his excitement. His mind worked faster than it ever had, trying to create ways to succeed. Assimilation. This world has assimilated to this level, even though I tried to look out for it. I should have thought of this long ago and prepared. With his intelligence and wisdom, he should have had this idea long ago. Unfortunately, he has been too influenced by this world, integrating into its rhythm, thus being limited by the people's way of thinking. Luckily, it's not too late, and I already have the foundation to succeed. Wang Wei suddenly felt great danger and paid attention to Tion. The latter summoned the Samsara Pagoda, which had 5 of its 9 layers officially open. With these layers opened, Tion's connection to the Grand Dao source deepened, and his aura drastically increased. 10%, the power of second class, thought Wang Wei with an ugly expression. And before he could react, the palm of death descended on him. Boom! His body flew away. Unfortunately, the concept of distance was distorted in this emptiness, so no one knew how far he flew. I'm injured? He thought. His intangibility prevented the attack from killing him, but it severely injured him. Furthermore, he discovered he could not easily heal from his injuries. If these injuries pile up, once my state ends, I will immediately die, and it will be permanent. Wang Wei did not waste time and summoned 4 items, 3 Emperor artifacts and his Proving Dao artifact. They surrounded him at the center, 1 in each direction. The one at the north was one of the sect's main artifacts, the turtle shell. At the south was his Proving Dao artifact, which also took the shape of the turtle shell. This form allowed him to resonate with the one in the north, thus granting him better control and access to its power. The 2 artifacts in the east and west were of no major significance. As such, with these 4 magical artifacts, Wang Wei laid out a formation called four-direction array. The array's sole purpose is to increase the intangibility state of his body, thus boosting his defensive capability. Finally, Wang Wei closed his eyes and focused on his law altar. Over the years, his Dao comprehension reached a terrifying level. It could be argued that he raised his Dao to the level of Grand Dao Source, hence why his law altar turned purple from gold. However, because he never tried to comprehend the Grand Dao Source, he was limited. So, all he has to do is convert his Dao comprehension into the Grand Dao Source, allowing him to reach the same state as Di Tian, if not higher. As soon as Wang Wei began, an illusory river made of chains appeared behind him, making Di Tian's facial expression grave. No, I need to hurry, no matter the consequences. Regrettably, opening each layer will now take some time he did not have. Di Tian soon opened the sixth layer and attacked. Boom. Once again, his attack was overwhelming. However, it only increased the injuries on Wang Wei's body, not even interrupting his comprehension. No, I need to open the ninth layer and use that technique. Only with it could I forcibly destroy his intangibility. Time was of the essence. He knew if he let Wang Wei succeed, with his former strength blessed by the Grand Dao Source, he would have no chance of winning and surviving this ordeal. So, Di Tian chose to use extreme means to open up the 7th to 9th layer. "880 Cursed Fate Qian swallowed an unknown pill, drastically increasing the vitality of his fleshly body. Then, without hesitation, he sacrificed his blood energy to open the 7th layer of the pagoda. He rapidly became as thin as a mummy in the process, but he did not care. All he cared about was success. While doing all this, he did not stop multitasking and attacking with the hand of death. Wang Wei bore the brunt of the attack, injuries all over his body. However, his eyes remained closed, lost in the vast ocean that is the truth known as the Grand Dao Source. 1% Grand Dao Source. The river of chains behind him materialized, and his strength drastically increased. A subtle change appeared on his law altar as he felt all his primary laws were liberated and elevated to a higher level of existence. However, Wang Wei knew this was not the time to be distracted as time ran out. His danger sense went on overdrive as Di Tian opened more layers of his pagoda. His intuition warned him that if he did not succeed before the latter opened the 9th layer, he would die without leaving any bones left, and it would be true death without any escape. Boom. Di Tian's aura had an explosive growth. His sheer presence made the void fluctuate a little. His current thin body also made him look more menacing than ever. Then, without hesitation, he condensed even more power of death in the colossal hand before dropping it on his opponent. Boom. Wang Wei's left side of his body exploded into a mist before disappearing forever from this world. His array appeared that it would not last long after a few attacks from the 7th layer. Regardless of his current situation, Wang Wei did not open his eyes. He made his primordial spirit composed of trillions of particles, with each particle capable of thinking independently as if it were him. So, he only dedicated one particle to pay attention to the outside world and response. Boom. The Emperor artifacts on the east and west of Wang Wei exploded, releasing a massive amount of energy. However, before the energy traveled out in this finite void, 2 more Emperor artifacts appeared and absorbed the energy released by their predecessor, thus strengthening the 4-direction array. Another death hand from the 7th layer dropped on Wang Wei. However, with the new formation upgrade, his injuries were minimal to non-existent. Di Tian paused as he watched what had happened. This method was a great way to bypass the limitation of only using 3 artifacts in the battle, showing that the final battle was not as fair as it appeared. After all, luck is also a requirement to become emperor, so people born from great families and factions have a higher chance since their birth is a manifestation of their great luck. Thank you for the idea, thought Di Tian with a sneer. He summoned 3 Emperor artifacts as well before exploding them into oblivion. Then, he directed the intense energy from the explosion to his pagoda, even healing his previously damaged body. Di Tian watched how the process of opening the 8th layer dramatically accelerated. However, A deep frown appeared on his face. This tactic successfully accelerated the process. However, he encountered another trouble. His body and soul could not bear controlling the rampaging energy of 3 Emperor artifacts while also opening the pagoda's layers and resonating with the Grand Dao source. If this continues, I will die before I even succeed. Di Tian hesitated only momentarily before a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He will open the 8th layer at any cost. Then he will reduce the number of artifacts sacrificed to 1. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more artifacts exploded, making the people watching this legendary, almost mythical, battle cry in pain. They could not believe the Di clan was so rich that they were willing to provide their heaven-chosen with so many Emperor artifacts. No, they did not think their family had so many in the first place. Of course, only a few could deduce that this wealth belonged to Di Tian, not the Di clan. However, such a fact was even more shocking as an individual was more wealthy than even emperor lineages with 4 to 5 emperors. Samsara Pagoda 8th layer. Di Tian opened the 8th layer but found cracks on his innate emperor quality primordial spirit. The Bodhi tree was trying to heal it but could only prevent further deterioration. After all, the tree was in its infancy despite Di Tian having it for countless reincarnations. He paid attention to Wang Wei, and his eyes squinted. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Siomicronim 2%, and it's already close to 3%. Di Tian knew he only controlled 5% of the Grand Dao source. Unlike Dao ancestors, who have direct access to the Grand Dao source, people like them with the 10 Supremacy Foundation can only convert their law comprehension into the Grand Dao source. So, with his years of understanding the law, his law altar turned half purple after breaking the restrictions on him. So, after converting them into the Grand Dao source, he comprehended 5% of the Grand Dao source. The reason for his current strength is the superimposition of the Grand Dao source and the power of his 10 Supremacy Foundation, which equaled 5% of the Grand Dao source. Finally, his Proving Dao artifact reached an unimaginable level after the 9 Samsara baptism, a second baptism after achieving 10 supremacy since it's connected to him, and a third baptism after he comprehended the Grand Dao source. Di Tian looked forward to proving the Dao and what level it would reach after a 4th baptism of the Grand Dao source after becoming an eternal emperor. But now, if he did not make the correct choices, he might never see such a day. Di Tian did not waste time by dropping the death hand with the 8th layer on Wang Wei. He guessed his opponent's law comprehension and foundation was more profound than him. So, his strength will soon reach and surpass him. So, the only true advantage he had was time. Boom! The mighty hand forcefully brought Wang Wei out of his state of intangibility, even destroying his 4-direction formation. Immediately, Wang Wei felt all the previous damage to his body as his life force rapidly passed away. The spirit particle in charge of the situation would die if he did not do something. So, he used one of his backups, quantum array. He did not use this array as he did for Zhen Chao during his trial. With Di Tian's current fleshly body, all his atoms now had a will or consciousness. So, the moment he tries to harm him with the quantum size arrays, his body would naturally react and remove them. His purpose in using them was on himself. Wang Wei chose to use them similar to nanobots, controlling them to repair his damaged body. The quantum arrays can multiply infinitely, so he used their large number to deal with the terrifyingly pure death energy inside his body. So, after killing trillions upon trillions of these arrays, the death energy was gone, and the arrays could fix most of the damage to his body. How pure, thought Wang Wei, seeing how 95% of his arrays died. He spent years letting them reproduce inside his body to reach such a number. Wang Wei wanted to use them as a means to aid his regeneration. However, after using them once, they became useless and needed more time to replenish their numbers. So soon? Thought the spirit particle with a smile. 3% Grand Dao source. Di Tian's facial expression became grave. Before reaching such a level, he spent billions of years understanding the Dao and had access to 9 pillars inheritance and conjecture about the 10 Supremacy Foundation. But now, someone else used one lifetime, a few 100,000 years, to reach the same level as him. He gritted his teeth as he waved his hand to summon a sphere with a seal containing the character for Samsara. He looked at the seal with a look of reminiscence. This seal was his bloodline artifact in his first life. It used to be the creation seal, but he had to change it during his second life. After his defeat at Qiyuan's hand, he placed the artifact into a special innate treasure that could continue to nourish it as if it were still part of him. Tian tried to take both artifacts through samsara and failed, so he left this one in the world to nourish and become more powerful with time. His plan was to fuse it with his samsara pagoda, making it even more powerful. However, after the first samsara baptism, he discovered the first layer of his pagoda had mutated, so he decided to wait until he proved the Tao completed the mutation before the final fusion. However, with each failure and reincarnation, the mutation intensified. At the same time, Tian also realized his strength was becoming more powerful with reincarnation after absorbing the seed of power. He was not stupid, so he realized that he might be destined to lose 9 heavenly battles. Then, on the 10th attempt, his strength and proving artifact would be perfected, and he could successfully prove the Tao. I won't lose again. I will break free from this curse, prove the Tao, and see Ninger again. (881) The winner Tian took a deep breath. He knew he should have waited until after he became an eternal emperor before fusing the Samsara Pagoda with the Samsara Seal. However, he did not care about such a thing now. He did not want to lose his 9th heaven will battle and win the 10th. He did not want to follow his destined path. So, even if his action would lower the quality of the pagoda, preventing it from acquiring its 10th layer, he did not care. Anyway, when there is a will, there is a way. He could always find a way to make up for the flaws after he proves the Tao. Boom! The aura of the pagoda drastically increased, and in the process of opening the 9th layer, suddenly, the pagodas increased, and Tian's power reached 11% Grand Tao source. He waved his hand to drop the death hand on his opponent. Wang Wei was tiny compared to this colossal hand. It even reminded him of some not-so-good memories in his early years in the pagoda. However, he was calm as death approached him. With his eyes still closed, he appeared to have given up and accepted his fate. However, to everyone's surprise, the hand bypassed him as if he did not exist. Although blood spilled out of his orifices immediately afterward, it is obvious to anyone watching that this was not the result of Tian's attack but the backlash of whatever technique he used. Intangibility? No, I've dealt with this technique already, thought Tian as he dropped a second attack. The result was the same, but his eyes showed a look of understanding. It's some kind of clever evading technique, capable of even evading concepts. However, it seems to have a heavy toll on his body and soul. Tian's analysis was correct. Wang Wei used his ancestor, the battle maniac's, famous evading technique. Unfortunately, this technique was created by a paragon and turned into a source technique by battle maniac. With Wang Wei's current state, strength, and the fact Tian's strength was overwhelmingly more powerful than him, the backlash of using a source technique was greater than he anticipated. However, it was all worth it. 4% Grand Tao source, he thought as he successfully reached such a level after surviving these 2 attacks. My current strength is even higher than Tian. However, I'm still no match for him with his pagoda. Wang Wei wanted to curse out loud every time he thought of that pagoda. According to his analysis, this weapon has the potential to grant a 10% Grand Tao source boost if Tian plays his card correctly. Alright, let's focus. This is just the beginning. 4, 1%, 4, 2%, 4, 3%, 4, 4%, 4, 5%. The conversation went smoothly, even accelerated after reaching such a threshold. However, Wang Wei was not happy because Tian stopped attacking. Meanwhile, the aura released by his pagoda becomes exponentially more intense, and his intuition goes on overdrive to warn him. 4. 9%. This should have been a happy thing for Wang Wei, but he had to open his eyes. Tian succeeded before him, fusing the 2 artifacts and opening the 9th layer. As he watched the black hand descended on him, Wang Wei knew he would not survive this attack even with his current strength. So, he used one of his trump cards. A mirror appeared on his hand. Without hesitation, he activated the oracle mirror and used one of its fundamental abilities, copy. Xianxia used it to copy his strength, power, and ability. So, he did the same with Defies. And given how the karma between them drastically increased after he killed Li Jun, he should have acquired a great deal of the latter's power. Sadly, the mirror has the same restrictions he had when Xianxia used it. It could not copy certain unique aspects, and Defies had a few unique aspects. The first one is the 10 Supremacy Foundation. In the entire Chaos universe, only 2 people have such a foundation, and he was the first to acquire it. Second, it's his 10 Samsara baptism. The third one is the Fiend God bloodline. Although it is a diluted bloodline, the miracle could not copy all its abilities and powers. Finally, the last unique aspect of him was his Samsara pagoda. Wang Wei expected this outcome, so he prepared for the worst-case scenario. So, he used one of the first trump cards he created for Defies after his first defeat. It is a technique called frowny face. Fate is unfair. Some people are born with the highest achievement of another person who spent their entire lives accomplishing. Some people are born talented, instantly learning things that take others years of sweat, effort, and pain to master. Talent, luck, and background are some of the many ways fate uses to control people, determining their fate and achievement. Wang Wei learned this truth in his first battle during the spirit trial. He learned an evading method from a gladiator who spent years honing his skills between life and death. However, with his talent, he learned it in a matter of minutes. So, this technique was based on this fact. After casting it to boost the mirror, it became easier for Wang Wei to acquire all of Defies' power and ability, simply because he is an unparalleled genius blessed by fate. Boom! His strength drastically increased after acquiring 95% of Defies' power. However, he did not block the death hand and continued to evade. Luckily, things were now easier with his current ability. Then, the two looked at each other across the distance, each with their own deep thoughts. It seems I must use that technique. The 9th Samsara Fist, ruler of Samsara, Tian did not want to do so because he always felt something terrible would happen, and there might be severe consequences. But now, he had no choice. As he looked at Wang Wei, who was still weaker than him, he felt a deep threat, but he could not understand the source. So, he decided to hesitate no longer. The 6 gates or paths of samsara appeared behind Defies, followed by the Phantom of Hell, the Book of Life and Death, the Pen of Judgment, the Bridge of Remembrance, and the Wheel of Samsara. They all formed a circle around his pagoda as a strange magic circle appeared before Defies. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. Many people wondered what these two were doing. Let's begin, thought Wang Wei. This world had assimilated me too deeply, so I never considered it. However, the thought process should have been obvious. Why do I need the heaven will to prove the Tao? In many of the novels I've read on Earth with similar settings, my fellow reincarnators rarely do not rely on themselves to become emperor. So, why did I never try to do the same? He focused his mind as he began creating a path from his law altar that seemed to lead nowhere. The rules of this world are strict, and there are many limitations. So, my mindset has always been that it's impossible to do such a thing. However, my achievement of 10 supremacy proves that rules are not absolute. Furthermore, even if it was impossible, I should have tried. Luckily, it's not too late. Wang Wei already had a method to succeed. In Ji Lanfang's world, he acquired the Dao treading cultivation system. He once analyzed that the creator of this system wanted to create a method for people to prove the Dao or become Dao ancestor without any foreign aid. He failed, but Wang Wei knew he had a chance at success. He took the idea of the last realm of creating a heaven path that leads to the Grand Dao source. He created the heaven path, using his Grand Dao source comprehension to connect to the Grand Dao source directly. Finally, Wang Wei found a barrier, restricting him from moving forward. He pushed the barrier forward, and Wang Wei discovered his comprehension reached 4. 91%. So, he kept pushing, using his comprehension, Dao body, soul, Dao heart, and even fleshly body to break the limit. With persistent effort, his comprehension reached 99%, but he did not break the last barrier. The last step, he thought excitedly, ignoring the danger outside. He gathered the power of his pseudo-Dao will and will manifestation, fusing them into his true will. Without hesitation, he attacked those restrictions. Boom! He felt something shaking in his mind. Upon closer observation, it was as if his attempt was futile. However, his senses told him he was in the right direction. So, he mobilized more of his willpower, even to the detriment of his body. Wang Wei sensed a tiny crack on this limitation. My way is correct. Willpower, no, even true will, is the power that can create miracles. Wang Wei's body began to crack as he mobilized most of his hidden willpower. Boom! He forcefully broke through his limitations, and his comprehension reached 5%. Immediately afterward, a unique chain appeared on the Grand Dao source as Wang Wei's fate-dominating Dao or absolute freedom fate Dao was accepted by the universe. He felt his chain was connected to an even more powerful chain, probably the original fate Dao that belonged to the 3800 origin Dao of the chaos universe. Then, a strange rune deeply connected to him appeared before engraving itself on the chain. Is that my Dao imprint? Thought Wang Wei before a mysterious power entered his body. In an instant he felt a tremendous change. His Dao body was no longer an embryo and could even awakening. His soul and fleshly body underwent a baptism, granting him an immortal essence. From now on, he did not have to worry about his lifespan as he was both immortal and eternal. Wang Wei opened his eyes in time to see Tian had summoned a hand. Unlike the previous black hand, this one was human and had skin as white as snow. Furthermore, with the long nails and delicate features, it was very likely to be a woman's hand. Wang Wei was momentarily scared shitless until he realized Tian only summoned a projection with probably 1 decillionth of the owner's power. And that's probably an underestimation. What a great technique, he commented. Such a technique was beyond anything he had created. Although he could tell, it was only possible because of Tian's countless reincarnations and time spent researching samsara. Unfortunately, you're too late. He used Wuji Dao to bless his fleshly body, temporarily entering the second stage of nothingness, void. Boom! The hand passed through him, leaving him intact. Still injured, muttered Wang Wei as he looked at the necrotic part of his left arm. Even with his current body, which is the level of pure concept, he was severely injured as that part died. Is this the power of one of the taboos? I don't think even Mithriya and that bastard reached such a level. Have these people reached transcendence, or are they still walking on that path but are not quite yet there? Wang Wei shook his head, knowing it was not the time for such a thing. He no longer hesitated and removed the dead parts before regenerating them. He looked at Tian, his eyes extremely calm. He waved his hand, and the latter passed out without much resistance. Tian was already at his breaking point after using that technique, so he was powerless. Wang Wei turned his head, and as expected, a purple gold orb floated before him. The heaven will, he muttered with a smile. Without hesitation he absorbed it. The path of eternal emperor was open to him. Chapter 882. Proving the Tao for a moment, Wang Wei had the idea of not using the heaven will and maybe keeping it for his family. After all, he is already a great emperor. However, his method seemed to reach the limit of becoming a great emperor. Maybe he could rise a few more %, but he would never achieve second class. So, he has to absorb the heaven will if he wishes to become an eternal emperor. Furthermore, he has a feeling heavenly Tao would not allow him to take outside of this battlefield. So, he sat cross-legged in the void, closing his eyes as he entered a deep state of meditation. After taking a few minutes to ensure he was in the best shape, he absorbed the heaven will. Wang Wei immediately had 2 sensations. The first was he felt a mysterious power that was protecting him. He had the feeling he was currently in the most secure time of his life. He knew this was one of the protective mechanisms of heavenly Tao. So, even if a paragon attacked him in his current state, he would be safe. He would even go as far as he was concerned, he would be safe even if Maitreya and Supreme Unity. Maybe only cultivators on the level of the 6 cardinals could get away with attacking someone in the process of proving the Tao after paying a severe price. Otherwise, Grand Tao will annihilate anyone who blatantly breaks the rules. Wang Wei calmed down as he continued the process. He felt a mysterious power checking his body. To be specific, it seemed to be checking his Tao heart. After meeting the requirement, Wang Wei felt the world was open to him. His mind seemed to be clearer than ever. In his life, understanding the Tao had never been this clear. It was like the answers he sought contained great hints. Wang Wei quickly reined in his mind as he knew from the sect's archive that this was one of the feelings after acquiring the heaven will, and he should not trust it. All records indicated that although the heaven will makes it 1,000 times easier to comprehend the Grand Tao source, this was far from the truth, especially in the allotted time. So, Wang Wei focused his mind and began his comprehension. Things proceeded smoothly for him. In a relatively short time, his understanding increased by 10% while rapidly increasing. The mysteries of fate that he could never fathom manifested before him. He saw the connections between all his subdaos: space, time, luck, karma, order-disorder, life and death, and destiny. He also peeked into the essence of freedom Tao and the power of choice, belief, and will to break the shackles of fate. Finally, with the essence of yin-yang, which can balance all things in existence, his Tao made rapid progress. Thump. Wang Wei heard a sound in his mind, and a piece of information appeared in his mind that allowed him to know what had happened. He reached a comprehension of 20% Grand Tao source, the first requirement to become an eternal emperor. Purple lights enveloped Wang Wei, along with a lotus of the same color, making the people watching this enthronement squint their eyes. Today was a day that would forever be embedded in the annals of history. The shock these 2 heaven-chosens brought upon them was already heart-attack-inducing enough by showing their third-class strength, but they just watched someone become an emperor without using a heaven will. Many people are wondering about the implications of such a thing. Could it be that the laws of heaven and earth have changed, and people can prove the Tao without the assistance of the heaven will? Is this method some kind of technique that was never discovered or created until now? Or is Wang Wei's case unique and only applicable to him? People wanted answers, but no one could provide them some. Furthermore, there is a high chance they won't ever find the answer. So, when Wang Wei displayed the vision that he achieved 20% Grand Tao source, no one truly cared despite the record-breaking time. For these people, someone becoming an eternal emperor will be one of the least impressive things that happen to do. However, these people's thinking quickly changed. They watched as the purple around Wang Wei rapidly changed to purple gold. What is going on? Asked the entire world. Today, they ask this question too often. Sadly, only Wang Wei knew what was happening and would not explain it to them. After the light around him completely turned purple gold, Wang Wei's consciousness woke up from this fascinating state of enlightenment. 25% Grand Tao source, he thought with surprise and an understanding. He already reached 5% comprehension before acquiring the heaven will, and since it guarantees a maximum of 20% improvement, he benefited from his previous success. Excellent, thought Wang Wei. This extra 5% has saved him numerous resources, merit, and time. Let's continue, he thought before concentrating. The next step was to cast his Tao will. However, the process was extremely simple for him. The Deyi realm was a prototype of the Tao will, so the transformation was simple and easy. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Dao will, as the name suggested, is the will manifestation of a cultivator Tao. Meanwhile, the Deyi realm is acquired when a cultivator creates a cultivation system or Tao path that is universal and accepted by multiple people. It is a power manifested from whatever path of the Tao they created, a manifestation of their will to pursue the Tao. Long ago, only people who created a cultivation system could enter the Deyi realm or have a manifestation of their Tao. However, Grand Dao eventually changed the rules of the Chaos Universe to allow the unorthodox way of acquiring the Deyi realm. Wang Wei cultivated his Deyi realm to the point where it could be labeled pseudo-Dao will, so the transformation was not a problem for him in the slightest. As such, a second purple gold lotus appeared behind him. Finally, with plenty of time remaining, he began the third step. Existence. What is existence? Wang Wei had asked himself this question many times, and he had many vague answers and guesses. However, today he finally knew the truth. In simple terms, it is everything that makes someone who and what they are, including things like body or flesh, soul, Dao, and even Qi. However, these things mentioned are only the manifestation of one of the three cores of existence: essence, spirit, and Qi. A person's existence involves other things like their mind, spirit, memories, goals, ambitions, dreams, worldviews, past, present, and future experience. Wang Wei remembered a famous saying from his past life: "A man only dies once he is forgotten." Such a saying is also a manifestation of existence. The impact someone has on the people around them, on the world, and even on history are all part of their existence. Their names or titles are a part of their identity and thus part of their existence. As long as the world remembers me, as long as my achievements are known and remembered, as long as one person still knows my name, as long as one piece of paper records my name, I will be eternal. That's the essence of existence. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from Wang Wei's body as he opened his eyes. His body instantly experienced a great change, elevating to a higher life level while the third lotus manifested. Eternal emperors looked mysterious, but their core is absolute control. To them, their names, memories, and even achievements are an extension of themselves, an extension of their bodies. So, even if their bodies, souls, and even Dao imprints are removed, they can revive themselves. Wang Wei's eyes became brighter. Moreover, to become an everlasting Empyrean, I need to elevate my understanding of self, even involving reincarnations. Eternal emperors, existence comprehension, allow their self to transcend the concepts and limitations of the flesh, of material, and even energy. Meanwhile, everlasting involved the self, transcending reincarnation and possibly other limitations. Wang Wei had a small comprehension of existence and true self before proving the Dao. Now, with this opportunity, he even laid a deeper foundation for him to become an everlasting Empyrean by deepening his understanding. After so many trials and tribulations, I finally escaped the shackles of death and become eternal, muttered Wang Wei, thinking about how far he had gone to reach this stage. From the time he was a struggling young man on Earth to his endless loneliness in primordial chaos to his reincarnation, a lot of things have happened. His friends, families, loved ones, and sects placed great expectations on him. For many years, he suffered under the weight of that expectation, with only his grandmother to alleviate his pressure. Regardless, he fulfilled everybody's expectations. Mostly, he fulfilled the expectations he placed on himself. In his rise, he met many remarkable people, many talented foes who challenged him physically, spiritually, and intellectually, but he rose to the top, defeating all the people of his generation, becoming the final winner who gets to sit on the throne. My path was arduous, created on a mountain of blood and sins. But I have no regret, thought Wang Wei. When he chose to walk this path, he knew the consequences and what price to pay. And today he finally saw the payoff. He made the first major step in his cultivation path. Wang Wei exhaled deeply before concentrating on a piece of information that suddenly popped into his mind. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 883, Ripples Primordial Chaos, Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes, cursing out loud, "Damn you, Madman Chu." Why is it such a pain for us to make a deal? Heavenly Book exhaled out loud to calm down. He was an arrogant man. After all, with all his abilities and accomplishments, how could he not be? Of course, as a Dao overlord, he would never allow such a character flaw to affect his plans. As an arrogant man, there are only a few people he can say he respects with all his mind, and one of these is Madman Chu. Chu Yun was truly a rare genius that the entire Chaos universe had never seen. Grand Dao bled 6 times since the beginning of time, and Madman Chu was one of the people responsible for one of these times. According to Heavenly Book's evaluation of the latter, he is the man closest to creating a method of transcendence without relying on foreign aid. That's how much of a genius Madman Chu was. Unfortunately, one of his early experiments to achieve transcendence resulted in his current mental state. If that bastard were not insane, he would truly be one of the scariest people in the Chaos universe. Maybe the rumors are true, commented Heavenly Book. According to rumors, Grand Dao was scared of this man's ability, so it schemed against him, resulting in his current state. Heavenly Book focused and summoned a book, not the incomplete one that he was trying to create, but a second one with countless knowledge, secrets, and truths of the universe. He wanted to see if there was some information he could use to facilitate the deal with Madman Chu. Huh, he muttered as he felt something. He summoned his Heaven Book and saw more writings appear. Another time nexus? Something must have happened, he muttered as he looked at the paragraphs in the book. I was right. One of them is in the Eternal Ascension world. It should be Wang Wei. Does he have a connection with the prehistoric world? Such information will change things. One of the blind sides of his information network has always been the prehistoric world. He tried a few times to infiltrate that place and even suffered a small loss in his attempt. Is the Grand Dao Sun in that world? Another trouble. A deep frown manifested on his face. However, Heavenly Book soon squinted his eyes at a particular passage in the book. It was about him. I expected this, but it is still a little unsettling. His previous book did not contain his existence. After all, according to the previous track of fate, he was one of the infinite mortals of the world. His existence was inconsequential. However, he was now part of the story and played a significant role. Heavenly Book waited until the book finished. He reviewed all the information he had. I thought time was on my side, but that may not be the case, he deduced with a frown. In that case, I might need to take some risks. Heavenly Book was a man of action, so he immediately began to implement his plan. He sent a clone outside of the red mist. He hid his body in this place to prevent Supreme Unity from changing his mind and hunting him down. Luckily, this place was one of the few safe places he could hide from a half-step transcendent. He was confident that even if Supreme Unity came here, he would suffer a small loss at Madman Chu's hands. After his clone exited this forbidden land, he waved his hand to manifest a grand, mysterious, and noble river. The river of time, no matter how many times I see it, it's still magnificent, thought Heavenly Book before observing the river, searching for something. After a few hours, his eyes lit up before he took out a green jade from his space and sent it inside. He waited for a few seconds until the jade disappeared. It worked, he thought before sneering internally. It's really treating me as a pawn. His actions could be one of the biggest offenses of the universe. He tried to alter the primordial timeline by influencing the past. Such an act would have released a backlash that would instantly kill even him. And if he managed to survive, the justiciary of time would have come after him. However, he was currently perfectly intact and succeeded in this impossible endeavor. Heavenly Book knew this could only mean one thing: someone allowed his actions to proceed. And it was not hard to guess who had such authority: Grand Dao. The clone looked in the distance, his face remained calm and indifferent. As for him, since he is in that world, I need other means to test the water. Without wasting more time, he disappeared into the distance. Prehistoric world, Purple Chaos Palace. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kmungjin opened his eyes, so he finally reached that step. His eyes penetrated an infinite distance as he saw Wang Wei proving the Dao. Fate Dao? He thought with a frown. Is it related to him? The all-seeing temple had a prophecy that would affect the entire chaos universe. As a person who cultivates destiny Dao, he used some means to divine the prophecy before even the temple knew the exact words. The all-heaven fate calamity is approaching. The strings of fate envelop primordial chaos. The mad emperor, in his path to control his own fate, will do anything to reach detachment. Hongjun had a headache. He did not know whether the outlier he had saved for a while was related to this prophecy. However, it did not matter. Once the temples release the prophecy, people who cultivated fate Dao will be in the eyes of the storm. If they do not have the strength, they will suffer catastrophe. Roelfa and Alpha S Nuomicron V Epsilon Mongjun waved his hand to manifest 3 pictures. These people were each selected by him to be reincarnated into other worlds to prepare for the upcoming calamity. As for Wang Wei, he was sadly collateral damage when Hongjun facilitated the world collisions in order to hide his actions of reincarnating these people. He was not the only collateral damage, but he was the only one who survived. So, Hongjun considered him an outlier, so he decided to save him despite the signs he was deeply connected to Grand Dao and the River of Fate. Hongjun saw Wang Wei's willpower and how he survived primordial chaos. Impressed, he chose to provide some help and see how things would proceed. Hongjun looked at these 3 pictures. They are all paragons, but that does not mean much. Only half-step transcendence has a remote chance of surviving the oncoming storm. He frowned after thinking of this. During all the time Wang Wei spent in the void, these people already proved the Dao and ascended to the realm of paragons. They have long reached the peak of their realm, but Hongjun is not happy because their path of transcendence is going nowhere. All these deviations are because of Emperor Qin, he sighed. Emperor Qin, Hengjing, was the first step of his plan. He was a test trial before the others. At first, Hongjun thought he had failed since the latter only became a regular paragon. However, things changed when the Qin Emperor reincarnated, became eternal, and took the moniker of Human Emperor. According to Hongjun's plan, he granted the Human Emperor a piece of his heavenly Dao Jade, allowing him to deduce a path to transcendence using the 3 talents of heaven and earth, human, earth, and heaven. Once he became a half-step transcendence, he would then be the vanguard for the others, showing them the path forward. However, the emperor had a suspicious mind and did not believe in anyone. Fearing that Hongjun might be scheming against him, he ignored his warnings and participated in the ultimate taboo. The result was his death and the long delay of achieving transcendence. If he had listened to me, he should have taken that step by now, muttered Hongjun as he shook his head. Now, there are too many variables, and his chances have drastically decreased. Hongjun sighed to exhale his frustration. Why was he doing all this? To save the prehistoric world? Yes, but not entirely out of selflessness. He wants to see the path forward, and his only hope is to have more fellow Daoists to discuss, bouncing ideas off each other to become enlightened. If only Grand Dao had not erased most of the information about Pangu, lamented Hongjun, he could have learned so many things about the path of transcendence. Sadly, although this world is isolated, Grand Dao still has its ways of intervening. And when necessary, it will go all out to ensure certain rules and restrictions. He moved his gaze to look at the tiny planet of Earth. Should I choose more people? He quickly shook his head. All the people born on Earth, no matter their race, gender, or ethnicity, are special. So, reincarnating them into other worlds is very dangerous and requires great risks. His previous actions of artificially creating world collisions have brought him to the eyes of many people, and Hongjun did not like that since it was not conducive to keeping the world safe and continuing his cultivation journey. Let's wait for a little longer. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 884, Scary Conversation. Eternal Ascension World, Dao Opening Sect. As one of the most powerful sect in this chaos world, it has a special place called Ancestral Hall. Inside, there was only one person, an elderly man who was dozing off in a chair. Around was a group of statuses organized into 3 layers. The lower layer had the most status, followed by the second and the top layer. The statuses were lifelike, but some were unique. A few had cracks or had their entire face destroyed. In each layer, some of the statuses had crowns on their head while others did not. Furthermore, the crowns came in 2 different colors once they reached the second layer and above. While the elderly man was taking his nap, a white light flashed in the room, and a new status appeared in the 3rd layer, wearing a crown. As soon as the status appeared, the elderly sensed something and woke up. He first looked confused before noticing the anomaly. He had been staying in this room for a few yuan epochs, so he knew it like the back of his hand. He quickly noticed the new status and looked at it in shock. A new emperor? No, even a new eternal? How is that possible? The sect has been closed for so long. The elderly man was confused for a moment before thinking about something. The lower dimension? He thought with excitement. After so many years, can they cultivate an eternal? Many people in the upper dimension believed the luck of the lower dimensions sect had run out and would not cultivate a new emperor for a long time, let alone an eternal. It's good news the 10th one finally appeared. However, this might cause trouble, thought the elderly man as he looked at the statue with no face. He was not surprised as the ladder would need to ascend before the status would be generated, finally connecting the new emperor to the luck of their sect. However, with the current political situation of the Eternal Ascension world, it's not a good thing for their sect to have a talented eternal emperor. Let's first seal the manifestation of luck to prevent anyone from detecting the appearance of this new emperor. The moment they acquire a new emperor or cultivator above, the sect's luck will manifest in a grandiose manner so that everybody can celebrate. So, even if they are in a sealed state, this fact does not change. However, before the elderly man could make a move, he discovered someone might have been faster than him. An unknown and incomprehensible power seemed to have hidden this fact before him. This power, he thought with horror. Only one of the two could have done such a thing. Origin Seal Continent, what has gotten you so riled up? Asked Wu Hong, who sensed her presence a little agitated. The little brat succeeded, said the Sword Empress, not hiding her excitement as a terrifying sword will flashed in her eyes. Your future husband, she replied. He succeeded in proving the Tao. Wu Hong's eyes showed slight surprise. Yes, it's around this time for the battle. Well, with the talent he showed, it's normal to become emperor. He should have become an eternal, right? You don't understand, said the Sword Empress. I would not be so excited even if he became an eternal emperor. Did something happen? The luck this kid provided to the sect was on par with a paragon, said the Sword Empress. More importantly, his luck was unique. It was memorialized luck. Wu Hong squinted her eyes after hearing this. Heaven and earth only grant memorialized luck to people with certain achievements that affect an entire world. In the lower dimension, it was rather easier to acquire it than the upper dimension. However, it was still difficult to acquire. For example, the Dao opening sect in the lower dimension had the memorialized luck for spreading the cultivation system to the world. With this luck, heavenly Dao would usually ensure the survival of the sect. This kind of luck is why sects from the Pill Ancestor, Formation Ancestor, Talisman Ancestor, Array Ancestor, and Weapon Ancestor have survived countless catastrophes until the current era. In the upper dimension, the Dao opening sect has only achieved memorialized luck thrice, and the 2 times were for the first and second origin wars. Do you know what he did? Asked Wu Hong. No, someone is blocking the news. I fail to divine the truth from the sect's luck. Them? No. True heavenly Dao? No, above. Wu Hong showed another surprised look as she knew the implications behind these words. What did he do? I don't know. However, such an act can count as the sect's 4th memorialized luck. It's 1,000,000 times harder to acquire memorialized luck in the upper dimension than in the lower, so they are usually separated. This news is not necessarily a good thing, added Wu Hong. Indeed. With Supreme Unity's personality, he wouldn't care about the previous argument and should have attacked the sect. But now, he hasn't, so this could mean one thing? I think you should take a look at Snavel. She intervened, said Wu Hong, her voice a little more indifferent than before. Sometimes, you're too stubborn, said the Sword Empress as she knew why her friend's attitude suddenly changed so drastically. However, Wu Hong did not continue this topic. What are you going to do? She asked. This luck is enough for me to return to the Empyrean realm and revive Qiyuan, said the Sword Empress, her eyes brighter than the moon during a full moon. However, her friend did not share her excitement. Supreme Unity might tolerate the others in limbo, but he won't accept their revival, she reminded. That's why I will ask Mithreya for help. Well, that's not a bad idea. I thought you would try to dissuade me. I know what kind of person she is. I just want answers and an apology. I'm sure she has no qualms about apologizing. But answers, dark truth fog. Supreme Unity immediately noticed a change between heaven and earth as soon as Wang Wei became emperor. Although Mithreya hid the changes in the Dao opening sect, he noticed other anomalies. The luck of the lower dimension showed an exponential increase trend. And once that happens, true heavenly Dao will regain some powers and have better ways to fight against him. And if the upper dimension is also affected, showing signs of revival, then he will suffer terrible consequences. So, he placed his gaze on the source of his trouble. The blockade of the lower dimension meant nothing to him. Don't even think about it, said a beautiful yet noble voice. Mithreya opened her eyes and looked at him. The moment you chose that path, you were doomed. Do you really want to fight for a little ant? If he is such an ant, why do you want to kill him at all costs? Supreme Unity did not answer as he sensed her determination. She would really fight him to death to prevent him from killing that brat. He felt frustration and anger for a moment before these emotions swiftly vanished. He closed his eyes, continuing to focus on this fog. He had to rely on the heavenly book to deal with the current situation, so he needed to be patient. In a white space, two people stood in an all-white space, looking at a small orb before them. Although the space appeared white, it was only a manifestation for certain people. This white space contained all power in existence, fused and existing at all times. Whether it was time, space, death, creation, logic, dream, or the mind, it contained everything. This place had many names, but these two knew it as Hong Meng, the place of beginning and end. The two people before the orb were a young man and a woman. The man had gray hair, while the woman had luscious black hair. Do you have to do this? Asked the woman. Although she was smiling and giggling a while ago, now she was serious, knowing the consequences of their actions. If something happens to you during one of the time nexus, there will be consequences. That's exactly why I'm doing it, replied the young man, whose eyes seemed to contain all truths in the universe. I thought I had succeeded in achieving my goal but discovered how wrong I was. First, I had to be restricted by the rules of Hong Meng. Then I discovered people who stood above my head. His mind thought of the 5 supreme beings who stood at the top of Hong Meng. If this plan succeeds, I will stand toe-to-toe with these 5, truly reaching the pinnacle, not worrying about rules and regulations. I always support your ambitions, but there has to be a better way to do this. This is the only fast and effective method I can think of, said the young man. The woman was quiet for a moment. All right, be careful. I thought you would continue to persuade me. I just want to know you're not doing this on a whim or moment of anger. Since you've thought this through, I will support you. Plus, what is the worst that can happen? Years of suppression, torment, humiliation, and a drastic weakening of power, replied the young man. Those are nothing, she said. They have transcended death, so no matter what happens, even Hong Meng and those 5 cannot kill them. However, some things are indeed worse than death. Yes, as long we are alive, we can try again, said the young man as he looked at the small orb, which was a chaos universe. The young man observed all lives in this chaos universe, focusing on one especially. Although he could instantly annihilate this universe, including all parallel timelines, all dimensions, and all lives, including Grand Dao, he could no longer interfere after setting things in motion. Now, he has to wait for the final result. hoping his preparations are enough for this plan to succeed. Then he can ascend to the top of Hongmeng. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 885. Immeasurable Emperor, Immeasurable Emperor, muttered Wang Wei to himself. According to the information in his mind, his accomplishment of proving the Tao by himself, absorbing the heaven will Tao, and reaching 25% Grand Tao source gave him the title of Immeasurable Emperor. To be precise, Wang Wei created a new class of emperor above eternal. Could Grand Tao make the class of Immeasurable Emperor more common in the future? Encourage people to prove the Tao by relying on themselves? Wang Wei quickly denied this thought after pondering for a moment. The requirements to do what he did were too stringent. First, there is a need to achieve the 10 Supremacy Foundation, allowing the Tao comprehension to reach the level of the Grand Tao source. The second is to push the soul, body, and Tao heart to the limit. Otherwise, the heaven path connecting directly to the Grand Tao source will not succeed. The third condition is the power of true will, which requires a pseudo-Tao will and will manifestation to break the last barrier to enter the Grand Tao source. Finally, the cultivator must also become an eternal emperor, having the talent to increase their comprehension by 20%, cast the Tao will, and control their existence. Well, technically speaking, as long as they can achieve 10 supremacy, it is not a problem to become an eternal. With all these requirements, few people in the entire chaos universe can succeed. Wang Wei abandoned this idea as he focused on his reward for becoming an immeasurable emperor. A question and answer, directly from Grand Tao. Wang Wei knew the importance of such a reward. Who is Grand Tao? A omniscient entity, so how valuable is it to ask it a question? He could already tell how many paragons would fight such a reward, all for the opportunity to ask Grand Tao about a clear path toward transcendence. This question is crucial to my future, but I should also be wary when asking. Wang Wei did not think he could ask any questions and would receive a satisfactory answer. For example, if he asked Grand Tao how to defeat it, the latter could just answer he needed to reach a realm higher than it, and this answer would technically be correct. Roelfa and Elfes no omicron v epsilon en masse. He looked at the man before him. Wang Wei found himself very calm and peaceful. His unmatched fury and unparalleled wrath were gone, replaced by a calmness that seemed indifference. He never thought he would feel this way after what the latter did. Even in his final moment before proving the Tao, his mind was full of hatred and ideas on how he would torture him once he was the final winner. However, he found these emotions meaningless. Why is this? He asked himself, taking this moment to self-reflect on his current state of mind. It's because I see death in a different way now, immediately answered Wang Wei. Mortals are sad about death because they do not understand it. Even cultivators who know of the existence of samsara still have a fear of death because it is still a terrifying thing for them. However, death is so simple for the current Wang Wei. He looked in the distance. His eyes could see the process of reincarnation very quickly. After a brief search, he discovered his grandparents' soul and the location of their new reincarnation. His eyes penetrated the secrets of the river of time, seeing ancestor Wuxia and Xianxia. It was like they had never died and were next to him. Is this what it feels like to escape the shackles of death? To become a higher being? Wang Wei secretly sighed before flying close to Defies. After his ascension, he could now see and detect many things. There is a high chance Defies is connected to one of the 6 cardinals, and he might even be a fate seed or reincarnation seed, to be exact. The latter's whole concept of 9 reincarnations and his pagoda experiencing 9 samsara baptism. I have a gut feeling that he should have broken the curse on him on this reincarnation. He should have been the final winner. However, something happens to change everything. Could it be related to timelines? Did something happen that changed the timeline, thus affecting the fate of many people, including him? Wang Wei had no basis for this idea, but his instinct told him he was correct, that he had peeped at a core secret of the universe. However, he soon gave up following this line of thinking since there was no information. As for Dition, a slight pity flashed in his eyes. If this guy were truly related to the 6 cardinals, then his fate would be miserable. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Xiaomicronym 9 is the limit, 12 is perfection, and 13 is transcendence. If my guess is correct, he might have to reincarnate 13 times. So, there is a chance he might not be able to prove the Tao until the 13th time. Wang Wei secretly shook his head before acting. He pointed at Di Tian's head, and a small golden tree floated from his sea of consciousness. Then he pointed at his body, and Di Tian's flesh condensed into a blood crystal, leaving only his primordial spirit, which was free from his curse. I owe your wife a great deal of karma. I will repay it today, said Wang Wei. After proving the Tao, he truly understood how much Qiao Ning's information about perfection was worth. So, to prevent complications, he will help this couple and repay his debt. Wang Wei pointed at him again, helping him condense the ability seed, allowing him to inherit his 10 supremacy foundation in the next life. Of course, he took Di Tian's fleshly body so he cannot absorb its strength and has to recultivate it in the next life. Then, he waved his hand to take something in the distance. Di Tian's dead eyes finally showed some luster after seeing it. This is her imprint, said Wang Wei calmly. A door suddenly appeared next to him. Without much hesitation, he sent Di Tian's primordial spirit and Xiao Ning's imprint into reincarnation. He did not forget to reinforce the karmic love bond between these two, ensuring they reincarnated in the same place, around the same time, and could meet each other. He calmly watched their disappearance, lost in thought. Whatever the 6 cardinals were planning, he would try to ruin it. He would love to see how they plan his next failure while Di Tian still retains his 10 supremacy strength. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon a second imprint. He sensed Heavenly Dao's slight displeasure, but he did not care. The limit of Heavenly Dao is peak 2nd class. First-class emperors are above Heavenly Dao and not restricted by its rules. As for him, that thing should be glad they have been in a positive relationship for some time now. He mobilized his Grand Dao source, reversing the fate of the imprint's owner. Then, a single string from the River of Fate, which was previously dim, regained its luster. Then, the string connected to the imprint through a new fate line. Wang Wei calmly watched as a new body was slowly forming. Revving someone from their imprint alone without a soul was an incredible task, even for an eternal emperor, depending on the Tao they cultivated. However, such a task was as easy as waving his hand. Thinking of something, he mobilized the chaos flame from his heart, turning it into a good fortune flame. He blessed the flame with his power to boost its effect before fusing it with the newly created body. This should increase your talent and chances at becoming an eternal. Half a minute later, a handsome man with crimson hair appeared before Wang Wei and everyone watching. He was momentarily confused as he looked at his surroundings. After seeing Wang Wei, his eyes lit up. "You did it." "I did," Wang Wei replied with a brilliant smile. I knew you would." The two rushed forward, hugging each other tightly. Li Jun's actions had many layers of calculations. In that situation, he realized his existence became a factor that could decide the battle's outcome. Knowing he had no chance of surviving, his best course of action was to ensure Wang Wei won so he would have a chance at reviving. So, killing himself and not having his brother suffer the mental blow of killing his loved one was his best choice. So, without hesitation, he found the opportunity to end his life, removing Di Tian's advantage. "I'm so glad to see you," said Wang Wei, releasing him from his tight embrace. "Likewise. How was death?" "Terrible. Like you usually say, bad review." "I agree with that. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 886, Preaching, unedited chapter. "We will have plenty of time to catch up," said Li Jun. Although he was only dead for a few hours, It felt like an eternity. However, he knew it was not time for them to catch up and talk. Wang Wei nodded before exiting the battlefield. He appeared floating above the sky in the central continent, alone. Li Ju knew it was not fitting to appear next to Wang Wei. Today was his big brother's day of glory and worship by all living beings and myriad worlds. As soon as Wang Wei appeared, all eyes were on him. The entire world became quiet as even mortals suddenly felt it was not appropriate to make any noise. The majority stopped whatever they were doing, waiting as they sensed something was coming. Visions began to appear around Wang Wei as the sky turned purple. Sounds that contained the essence of the Tao echoed between heaven and earth, followed by the appearance of auspicious beasts like dragons and phoenixes that circled around Wang Wei. Illusory shadows of sages and myriad races manifested and bowed to him before dispersing. The vision swiftly spread throughout the entire world. However, this was just the beginning. The vision spread to all the great, medium, and small thousand worlds in this world community. As soon as these people saw the visions, they knew a new emperor had appeared. Even in the small thousand worlds, where knowledge about great emperors are rare or non-existent, they immediately knew what had happened as the knowledge appeared in their mind. The vision did not stop. It soon spread to the martial hegemony world community before continuing to spread. The entire lower dimension was shrouded in the vision in a short period. Typically, Wang Wei's vision would never spread so far, even with his mortal emperor title. At best, he would reach 10% of the lower dimension. However, his achievement of becoming the first immeasurable emperor was an act that should be celebrated by the entire eternal ascension world. And if it were not for heavenly Daoist blockade, the vision would have spread to the upper dimension. Wang Wei bathed in the glory of this moment. He could sense how far his vision spread, but it was not the time to focus on this aspect, despite knowing that a few emperors should have detected the reason for the vision and even deduced the oncoming chaos he was about to create. After the vision spread to its limit, an enormous transparent dragon manifested in the sky. The dragon was majestic, noble, and beautiful. It bowed to Wang Wei before roaming throughout the world. Everywhere it passed, the spiritual qi between heaven and earth drastically increased, followed by a drastic increase in resources. More ores appeared in different regions across all 5 continents, followed by spiritual herbs, secret dimensions, and other types of cultivation resources. All cultivators suddenly felt it was easier to cultivate or understand the laws of heaven and earth. Is this the reward to the world for cultivating an immeasurable emperor? Wang Wei took a moment to understand why this dragon appeared. He summarized this as true heavenly Daoist reward to the world for giving birth to someone like him. His eyes could see the overall destiny of the myriad emperor world drastically increased, followed by a boost in its world source. Finally, after the dragon traveled around, its body shrunk to 1/3 of its size. It then swims back until it reaches the Tao opening sect. The sect's luck manifested in the shape of a multicolored dragon, and the 2 dragons fused. The multicolored dragon became more vibrant, lifelike, and with more spirituality. Furthermore, it exuded a unique aura that displayed its nobility and grandeur. All the emperor lineages of the world collectively sighed as they understood the Tao opening sect forcefully broke the 9 emperor curse. More than that, they cultivated a one-of-kind emperor that has never appeared in history. The prosperity of their sect for the next 12,000 generations is guaranteed. Many people feared they might take this opportunity to dominate the world and become the second power after the Qin dynasty to have absolute control over the world. With the potential this new emperor displayed, he had a high chance of succeeding. Wang Wei smiled after seeing the fusion. With this new luck, he knew his sect would survive countless catastrophes in the future. Furthermore, such luck is also a form of protection in case the sect does something wrong in the future. His mind changed to the next step as he wondered whether to use a throne or something else. Many of his predecessors liked to use a throne as an indication of their status, but some people chose different approaches. A throne is too flashy, and I'm not in the mood. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kma cushion materialized, and he sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes to access the Grand Tao source to choose his emperor's name or title. Names have power, so he needs to be careful. He submitted his name and waited for a few seconds. Wang Wei sighed in relief when he received the feedback that it was not taken. If it were, he would have to confront an imprint of the holder of the name. If he failed the confrontation, he would have to choose another name. Wang Wei feared that someone of higher cultivation than him already took the name. In that case, he would have to choose option B. He opened his eyes and declared with solemnness, "I am the chosen son of fate, the controller of destiny, the weaver of karma, the manipulator of cause and effect, the bringer of good fortune and bad omen, the watcher of time, the keeper of order and disorder, the guardian of life and death, the silent observer of yin and yang, and the herald of the glorious era. My true name is Wang Wei, but you may address me as the fate-dominating emperor." His voice rang in the minds of all sentient beings in the world, from the lowest of peasants and slaves to animals with no intelligence to immortal tier cultivator. Everyone could hear this bold declaration. Wang Wei gave people a short time to process his declaration. He could feel a magical change between heaven and earth after choosing his title. The change was mainly from his existence. From now on, the three words, fate-dominating emperor, had a direct connection to him. As long as a piece of paper exists in the universe with that name written on it, he will not die. Finally, he proceeded with his preaching. The Tao gives birth to one. The one gives birth to two. The two gives birth to three. And the three gives birth to all things, starting with primordial chaos. His voice could reach everyone, including mortals. Furthermore, they contained Tao rhymes that allowed the listeners to enter a state of enlightenment, allowing them to better understand the truths he was speaking of. After the birth of primordial chaos, when does fate manifest itself? Why does it manifest? The fate of primordial chaos is to evolve from an infinite state to a finite environment, from a place of chaos to one of order, a state of death to life. Did primordial chaos choose such a development, willingly subject itself to restrictions for the sake of development and improvement? Or maybe, when Tao created one, the fate of primordial chaos was already determined? Wang Wei's preaching was captivating. He first explained his understanding of the evolution of the universe from primordial chaos to the current state, focusing on the perspective of fate. Since fate was such a vast and comprehensive subject, his words were universal so that all cultivators, no matter the Tao they cultivated, could learn something from him. He started with simple stuff that everyone could understand, ensuring he was as clear as possible. Then, by the end of this segment, only a few Tao ancestors and insurgent could follow. Once he finished, no one could understand the words coming out of his mouth, but these cultivators chose to memorize his words so they could contemplate later on. Rho alpha and alpha s nu omicron v epsilon Elmi took this opportunity to spread a special breathing method that would keep all mortals healthy and free from disease, allowing them to reach the limit of their lifespan if they did not abandon this method. Subsequently, he talked about his understanding of cultivation from the body refining realm to the quasi-emperor. He sneaked in a small portion about control of energy and Tao so that immortal venerables and Tao ancestors can benefit. This section of the preaching lasted 1 year, making for a total of 3 years. When he stopped, people felt they did not have enough and wished he would continue for a few hundred years. Even the mortal felt the same way. Then, they were shocked after discovering they spent more than 2 years without food and water, but they were perfectly fine. Better yet, their bodies seemed in the best shape it has ever been. Wang Wei did not care about these people's desire for more. Most Emperor Tao preaching does not last this long and would usually end after 3 months. He watched as new visions manifested in the sky, and the spiritual qi between heaven and earth increased by another 70%. I have paid my karma to the myriad emperor world, and even went above and beyond. Wang Wei finally removed one of the few karma threads his karma unbound body could deal with. To be exact, it's the second one after Qiao Ning. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 887. 100 Years. Summon. Wang Wei took a moment to scan the entire world and paused briefly before nodding. Then, his voice once again rang throughout the world, entering every cultivator's mind. In 100 years, all factions, hidden or not, with a void-shattering realm and above must prepare to send a representative to see me. Everyone was shocked after hearing this, and many people only had one thought: here we go. They did not forget that Wang Wei was a complete era son, so he must be planning something. They did not expect he would be so aggressive and directly summoned all the emperor lineages, supreme land, holy land, and law factions. So, with these words, all these factions began to discuss their next step. They prepared for the eventual possibility of confronting this monster. Wang Wei could guess what these people were thinking but did not care. After finishing his declaration, he returned to the sect. He appeared on Tianwei Peak, and below him, all the disciples, elders, and even ancestors waited for him. They immediately bowed before saying, "Congratulations to the sect master for proving the Tao and escaping the shackles of time and death. Congratulations to the sect master for proving the Tao and escaping the shackles of time and death. Congratulations to the sect master for proving the Tao and escaping the shackles of time and death." The voices echoed in the sect in a beautiful harmony. Throughout the sect, everybody saluted Wang Wei except for his family. A smile appeared on his face. "At ease," he said, his soothing voice entering everybody's mind. He raised his hand to summon an imprint shining with the unique breath of an immortal. His hand condensed the power of life and death that he injects into the imprint. A body and soul was rapidly condensing, but Wang Wei was not in a hurry. Just like he did for Li Jun, he blessed this new body and soul with good fortune flame, increasing their foundation and talent. "Where am I?" asked a man, looking around with slightly squinted eyes. "Ancestor Wuxing, it's nice to see you again." "Kid?" asked Wuxing as he observed Wang Wei. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at his surroundings. Then he laughed boisterously. "Haha, I knew you could do it." Wuxing walked to Wang Wei and hugged. His behavior was inappropriate, given the situation and Wang Wei's current status. However, Wuxing knew the kid was not someone who cared about such a thing, so he went for a hug. Wang Wei reciprocated the hug with a weird smile on his face. With his mind, he could tell Wuxing was testing him with this hug, trying to ascertain whether he had changed, allowing his newly acquired power and strength to get to him. "None of these old foxes are simple," he commented. It's normal for some emperors to become cold and indifferent to their family and loved ones after proving the Tao. Although such a case is rare for first-class and above emperors since their Tao hearts are usually among the best, it still happens. So, Wuxing, and probably many others, wanted to know whether such a thing would happen to him. Roelfrendalfres nu omicron v epsilon el mass. He watched his favorite ancestor fly away. He shook his head with a smile. Then he waved his hand to summon his grand Tao source, controlled the power from inside, and enveloped everybody. The mortal disciples and elders found their bodies glowing up before myriad effects manifested. Some elders who were old or had gray hair immediately became younger with a head full of black hair. Some disciples' aura suddenly increased as they broke their current bottleneck and elevated their cultivation. Meanwhile, a few people discovered their mind was clearer than before. They could easily understand things they previously found difficult. The mortals were not the only ones who benefited. The immortal ancestors discovered a drastic increase in their immortal qi. Additionally, they had some sort of blessing that made cultivating and gathering qi 20 to 30% faster. The inner worlds of Tao ancestors became more stable and had a greater affinity with the grand Tao source, thus increasing his skill. Such a skill and effortless manipulation of the grand Tao source. "Is he really an eternal emperor?" asked Origin 1. "We already guess he's not," said Sword 1, who also benefited from this experience. However, her main benefit is from her body. Wang Wei's mini-grand Tao baptism drastically increased her fleshly body, accelerating the speed she can walk in Wang Tian's new sword path. This descendant is too excellent. Origin 1 did not know he would one day suffer from too much success. Although it's a good thing that Wang Wei is this powerful, the help old people like himself can give him will be limited. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kumsword One knew what his friend was feeling as she experienced it a long time ago. Her young lady was too talented, so she was essentially useless and could not help her after she became an eternal emperor. But even the young lady was not as scary as the current Wang Wei. Anyway, it's fine as long as we are not completely useless. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with everything. Every faction wants to cultivate a great emperor exactly for this reason, for benefits. So, he will ensure that his sect reaches an era of prosperity unlike anything it has ever seen. He proceeded to sit down on the ground, closing his eyes. A few seconds later, Dao Rhyme emanated from his body, fusing with Tianwei Peak. Countless runes manifested before him, appearing as a strange language. The ancestors knew what was coming and ordered everybody to pay attention. They knew the real feast was about to happen. So, they all took their positions, observing closely. Time passed, and Wang Wei's Dao rhymes fused with every mountain of the sect. If not for the sect's formation that was activated, they might have spread everywhere. The runes that materialized before him were now in the trillions, showing a complex pattern. Finally, they fused into a book with the title Frowny Face Transcending Fate Sutra. 33 years. Now, it's finally completed, thought Wang Wei as he glanced at his emperor's scripture. In this short time, he had two objectives: elevate his secondary Daos into the grand Dao source before condensing everything he learned into this book. The heaven will only worked for his primary Dao. Luckily, he also had a deep understanding of his secondary Dao, so he only had to convert that comprehension into the grand Dao source, drastically reducing the time required. How was it? Asked Wang Wei, looking at the ancestors cultivating not far from him. The best I've seen, replied Origin One with a sigh. As the oldest of the group, he has experienced this scene 10 times now. So, he was the best to judge the situation. Wang Wei nodded as he looked at these people. He could detect the subtle aura change between all of them. According to the sect's custom, when the emperor is creating their scripture, it's the best time for these immortal cultivators. They can use this opportunity to drastically increase their strength by comprehending new techniques and spells and even creating unique cultivation techniques. The scripture hall is so vast and full of unique techniques because of such moments. And because Wang Wei's Fate Dao was so encompassing, it allowed for everybody to benefit. According to Origin 1, only Qiyuan and miscellaneous scripture had such an advantage. Sadly, Kaiwam was the first emperor of the sect, so there were not too many immortal cultivators back then. Meanwhile, Miscellaneous was not an eternal emperor. Wang Wei's scripture flew into the distance, returning to the secret realm where the sect held all the original versions of these emperor scriptures. He activated the sect master's token, summoning all the sect's 9 formations. He observed for a moment before activating his array grand Dao source, forming a 10th formation connected to the rest. What do you think? Asked Wang Wei, directly addressing Miscellaneous One. Very powerful, he answered, looking at the aura of fate emanating from the formation. Then he hesitated for a moment. However, there is room for improvement. Wang Wei nodded as he was not surprised by this comment. His current array Dao reached 8% grand Dao source, while Miscellaneous One inherited the founder's Dao and should be around 40% or more. Find all the places that need improvement and give it to me. Furthermore, have someone in charge of the materials to stabilize the formation. With these improvements, Wang Wei knew he could increase his comprehension of his array grand Dao source, so he was more than happy there were many flaws. Very well, nodded Miscellaneous One. I will go see my family. Then, we will have a meeting to prepare for the meeting 60 years later. Sect Master, do we need to prepare for the artifact? No need. We will gather the best material from the entire lower dimension to cast the sect's Emperor artifact. So, it should take a while. Wang Wei disappeared and returned to the Wang clan's mountain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 888, The End and the Beginning. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, someone rushed into his arms. "I'm so glad you're okay," said Yu Yan, holding her son tightly as if this would be their last meeting. She saw how dangerous the battle was and how close her son came to death. She saw the pain in his eyes after losing Li Jun. At that point, Yu Yan did not care whether he succeeded. She only wanted him to return home safe and sound. "I'm fine," said Wang Wei, reassuring her while gently caressing her back. Wang Tian had already walked before him, calmer than his mother. However, Wang Wei could detect his raging emotions. He knew the latter was only trying to remain calm to show his majesty as a father. "I cannot tell you how proud I am," said Wang Tian, patting his son's shoulder. He had dreamt of this moment for over 1,000,000 years, and when it finally happened, he did not know what to say. All the words and emotions he wished to convey were condensed into this single phrase. "Where is grandfather?" Wang Wei did not finish his words before hearing a boisterous laugh from the hall. From such a distance, he could smell the stench of alcohol. "He's been bragging to his old friend ever since you won," said Wang Tian, shaking his head in helplessness. Wang Wei wanted to say he thought all his old friends were dead, but he knew this was inappropriate. "Let's go see him." Wang Wei walked into the hall with his mother tightly holding onto his arm. "My grandson, come drink with me," said Wang Chong, inviting Wang Wei to sit beside him. "My grandson is an emperor, no, an eternal emperor. Wait, maybe something more." He looked at Wang Wei before shaking his head. "That's not important for now. I can now die peacefully. And when I see the ancestors of the Wang clan in the afterlife, I can brag for all eternity." Wang Tian's mouth twitched. Many of the Wang clan's ancestors are alive and well. So, isn't his father cursing them to die? Wang Wei did not care as much about etiquette as his father, so he drank with the old man. "Do you have better wine? You're an emperor. You should have better wine." "Father, Wire has just proven the Tao. How could he have time to brew wine?" "That's true," replied Wang Chong with some regret. He felt the current wine was not up to par with the occasion. Wang Wei shook his head before taking out a jar of wine. As soon as he opened the lid, Wang Chang's eyes lit up. "This wine. It has been blessed with the Grand Tao source for only 33 years, but it should be enough for this occasion. Wang Wei will need high-level wine and cuisine for his essence flower ability." So, one of the first things he did after proving the Tao was using his Grand Tao source to brew wine and nourish his food. Now that he has acquired the array Grand Tao source, he will install arrays to ensure a better nourishment process for his food, wine, and other materials. "Excellent," said Wang Chong, his voice as loud as ever. The family had a great dinner. Everybody was doing well until Yu Yan said something. "What a great day for our family," said Wang Tian. "Indeed. In the future, our family will continue to prosper," added Wang Chong, who knew that many of their family plans would have no problems now that Wang Wei became an emperor. "If only she were here," said Yu Yan with a sigh, immediately quieting the room. She instantly realized her mistake, looking at her son with worry. "I'm fine," said Wang Wei, looking at the empty spot at the table. "Anyway, after I ascend, I will search for her." Everyone gave him their reassurance that everything would be fine. "Let's not mention this," said Wang Wei. "I feel something is different about you." "You noticed?" nodded Wang Tian. "After comprehending your scripture, I have almost met the requirement to achieve 9 supremacy." "That's great news." Wang Wei understood what was happening. The scripture of an eternal supreme has a low probability of allowing someone to understand a small portion of existence. His immeasurable emperor tier scripture has drastically increased that probability, even though it is still low. So, with his father's talent, he succeeded in that low probability. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon his scripture. "Here." He handed the scripture to his father before condensing a second one for his mother. "This version contains my direct preaching about existence." Wang Wei did not have high hopes for his mother. She has the talent to become an eternal emperor, but it's on the low end of the spectrum, similar to Emperor Kong. So, if she wished to become an eternal emperor, he had to give her some aid and scheme something. Nevertheless, he wanted to try, and even if she failed, the scripture would deepen her foundation and give her tremendous help for the future. Yu Yen and Wang Tian placed the scriptures away, knowing this was not the time for cultivation. I will search for a special longevity qi for your situation, said Wang Wei to his grandfather. No need to worry. The Grand Dao baptism has greatly alleviated my situation. That's good. Are you prepared to face Emperor Nine Sons? No problem. Do you want to do it as soon as possible? No, I want to see the great era you're about to create. Wang Wei nodded before spending the entire day with his family. The next day, his grandfather continued drinking, and his father went to retreat, leaving only his mother, who wanted to continue spending time with him. Wang Wei went to see the ancestors. He found himself in a large room with one seat, followed by countless people standing. In the front row were the named insurgent, like Origin 1, Sword 1, etc. He looked at all these immortals cultivators, knowing this was the true foundation of the sect. And his job will be to deepen that foundation. He looked at everybody, focusing on the people in front. He saw someone he did not recognize. That's Shadow 1, explained Origin 1. He's in charge of the safety of the Wang clan in the hidden world. Wang Wei remembered the Shadow Ruler Emperor had two insurgents. The first was Ruler, cultivated the normal way, and the second was Shadow 1, cultivated through the Shadow Lord art. With a quick look, Wang Wei knew this person's history. He was the sect master that Shadow Ruler defeated before becoming the sect master and proving the Dao. Sect master, saluted Shadow 1. Wang Wei nodded to him. Sect master, someone sent a talisman yesterday, said Sword 1. We did not want to interrupt your family time, so we waited until today. Wang Wei received the talisman and used it. Su Shi has already returned? He muttered. Is that true? Yes. That means the academy also has an eternal emperor? Everyone looked at Wang Wei for confirmation, so Wang Wei nodded. It will not, explained Wang Wei calmly. I can also tell you that Huafeng Huang and Ao Shin have already become 6-star primarchs. Soon, Feng Heng will also become an eternal. Plus, I have detected 3 immortal sovereigns hiding in this world. I think you should take a look at Snavel. However, even if they all work together, they cannot stop me. Everyone quieted down, shock visible on their faces. However, soon, it was replaced by excitement. Yes, their sect master was an unparalleled talent this world has never seen. So they don't have to worry. So, will this world really become a place where emperors, Dao ancestors, and immortal venerables walked on the surface, becoming a common thing? Muttered one of the cultivators. However, with the cultivation of everyone present, they heard him loud and clear. It's good that you have this strength and are confident, said Origin 1. However, their existence will still have some effect, even if minimal. I have taken that into consideration, nodded Wang Wei. He was calm as ever, not letting his strength get into his head. You said that Feng Heng will prove the Dao, meaning he has not yet? Should we interfere in his promotion? Is that even possible? It's possible since he's most likely using an unorthodox path. The rise of Buddhism will bring about a large quantity of merit. If the sect plays their cards correctly, they can get a handful of it. Weakening their leader, Feng Heng, would be an ideal step toward that goal. No need, said Wang Wei. I owe Buddhism great karma, so not only must we not interfere, we must strive for their flourishment. Sect master, we can still allow Buddhism to flourish while also eliminating Feng Heng. Yes, you could be the new leader of Buddhism. Wang Wei looked at the 2 fearless guys who said these words and shook his head. The karma involved in Buddhism is something even I'm afraid of. But you want to get involved in that quagmire? These 2 immortals immediately felt the fear of God deep in their souls. Their transcended bodies began to sweat for the first time in billions of years. Is it that scary? Asked Origin 1. They had been planning things for years, so unlike these people, they knew about the rise of Buddhism sooner and the fact their leader, Feng, would use merit to prove the Tao. So, a few of them tried to convince Wang Wei before to take the leadership position of Buddhism. But Wang Wei has always been vague about why he rejected their proposal, so they thought of waiting until he proved the Tao, when he had no far before persuading him once more. But now, it appeared things were not simple. Let me put it simply, even the current founders, with their incomprehensible realms, cannot get involved in this matter, let alone me. Origin and Sword One's faces became extremely serious as they were one of the few who knew the meaning of these words. In the future, even after I leave, do not easily get entangled in the affairs of Buddhism, warned Wang Wei. Help if you can without losing too much. If it's not worth it, don't interfere. Wang Wei knew he was already in Mithra's camp in this battle, but he also did not want to get too involved, until he had more power and a deeper understanding of her realm. As you wish. All right, let's get back to business, said Wang Wei. Is everything ready? Yes. Excellent. Let's move. Wang Wei handed 3 talismans. The first one went to Sword One, who headed to the Commerce Hub. The second was to Ruler One, who headed to the outside fate guards responsible for spreading a spy network across other world communities. He's responsible for Wang Just job, and she will take over after she becomes an insurgent. The third talisman belonged to an immortal cultivator who was Miscellaneous One's apprentice. His job was to head to the battle spirit world, where his mission was to keep watch on the Spirit Genesis sect. Finally, time passed, and the 100-year deadline arrived. Wang Wei once again appeared above the heavens, all eyes from myriad races on him. He was above a deserted place in the central continent. He waved his hand, and a towering tree manifested. World Tree, thought everybody watching with greed in their eyes. However, they soon remembered who this thing belonged to. Subsequently, a beautiful palace appeared in the sky. Everyone was shocked as this palace was too beautiful. At one glance, people will have one thought in their mind: frowny face, a place worthy of a peerless emperor. The palace was grand. Although it was called a palace, it was as large as any small thousand world. Furthermore, the space expanded as Wang Wei fused the palace with the world tree. Wang Wei pointed at certain areas, and the watchers immediately felt the changes. A vast quantity of innate qi appeared in one area, while in the second area, they detected immortal qi. I really need that immortal source, thought Wang Wei, not satisfied with the level of immortal qi. He used his Qi Flower ability to connect to the source Qi space, finding a few areas with innate Qi and immortal Qi. However, he was not satisfied with the immortal Qi veins he discovered. Finally, someone appeared before Wang Wei. Are you ready? He asked. Yes. Wang Wei looked at the old beggar, thinking about their first meeting during the Academy's trial or their relationship during his Supreme Outlaw trial. There is no going back now. I know and am prepared. A third eye appeared on the beggar's head. Wang Wei knew it was the Heaven Dao innate treasure he used to pass his Supreme Outlaw trial, allowing him to continue using his Heaven Dao. Very well. Wang Wei's eyes penetrated the world's core and saw the physical manifestation of Heavenly Dao, a cloud-like creature. With a flick of his finger, he suppressed Heavenly Dao, forced it out of the world's core, and shoved it into the beggar's body. During the entire process, Heavenly Dao did not resist for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was pointless to resist. The current Wang Wei strength is not something he could resist. Furthermore, as an emperor, he has a high immunity to karma, so it won't matter if he slaughtered every living creature in the world, including Heavenly Dao itself. Lastly, Wang Wei already communicated his plan, and Heavenly Dao agreed after asking for a few negotiating points. Immediately afterward, the old beggar's eyes became cold and indifferent, and a subtle aura appeared on his third eye. Wang Wei waved his hand to send the old beggar to a special palace area. Finally, Wang Wei's voice once again echoed throughout the world. I am the fate-dominating emperor. From now on, I will be the heavenly emperor, controlling the ups and downs of heaven and earth. Auspicious sounds and visions appeared in the sky, celebrating the birth of this new karma position. The Watcher sect, an old man took out a book and words appeared on it. The 23rd day of the 3rd month, year 123, 45 billion of the current era, the Heavenly Emperor era began. The fate-dominating emperor declared the old era the dragon-raising era, signifying the era's purpose was to raise a proud and majestic dragon. Then a section of the book changed. The era's name changed. Chaos era, primordial era, beginning emperor era, void, era, ancient emperor era, incense, faith, era, devil era, middle emperor era, academy Dao era, new emperor era, dragon-raising era, heavenly emperor era. End of the volume. Next volume, Heavenly Emperor era. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 890. Assignments. Let's proceed with the important parts, said Wang Wei, who suddenly paused, making everybody alert. I almost forgot something. He raised his hand in the distance, and 3 objects flew into his hand. The people who saw these artifacts, mostly swords, were shocked. Others had an ugly look on their faces. Racial luck artifact, muttered someone who recognized the human destiny sword, the demon destiny sword, the sea destiny trident, and many other small races' luck condensation artifacts. The person most affected by this event was Ao Shun. The demon race had just acquired their racial destiny item, but it was taken back. However, before he could say anything or make a scene, Wang Wei looked at him. I am a person who likes to keep his word. So, I will compensate your demon race. After saying that, Wang Wei ignored these people and fused these items into the heavenly court. Boom! A terrifying vision covered the world. A dark gold dragon manifested between heaven and earth. As soon as people saw the dragon, they knew it was different as it had 9 legs and a crown around its horn. After the dragon condensed, it fused with the heavenly court. All the representatives could no longer remain calm. The heavenly emperor forcefully controls heavenly Dao, becoming the ruler of heaven and earth. Now, he forcefully took the luck of all races in the myriad emperor world, condensing the luck of the entire world into the heavenly court. With such a destiny, they could imagine how much faster his cultivation would be from now. As long as his strength can increase by a few more %, he will become even more scary. I can see the greed oozing out of your bodies, said Wang Wei with a smile. It's both amusing and interesting. The room was so quiet that you could hear the sound of an ant walking. Wang Wei shook his head, no longer amused by these people's reaction. All the conferred gods will have a palace in the heavenly court. You can stay here and enjoy the blessing of the world's luck. Of course, even if you don't stay here, the blessing will still apply, just not as good. People looked around and finally realized many things. For example, why is this place full of innate and immortal qi? Although high-level energy appears to be only useful for immortal venerables, that's far from the truth. Great emperors and Dao ancestors also had requirements for an environment with better energy. After absorbing it, their soul will receive blessing and thus increase the rate at which they understand the grand Dao source. This truth is one of the many reasons the era before the Null era was so much better than the current time. It's also one of the reasons emperors would stay longer in the lower dimension. What a brilliant method, thought Su Shi after hearing Wang Wei's words. She understood the latter was using this method to gather people into the heavenly court. He did not use force, which could easily arouse the rebellious nature of these cultivators and force them to group together to attack him. Instead, he lured them into the court with irresistible benefit. Furthermore, these emperor lineages do not have a choice to accept this deal. If they do not, there is a group of people who will rush to accept loose cultivators. Although these people have no sense of belonging to any factions, they will do anything as long as the benefits are enough. So, as long as these factions do not want the loose cultivators to become too powerful with the help of the court, they have to accept this invitation. Let's continue, declared Wang Wei once everybody stopped discussing. The conferred god list floated before him. Take the edict. In my name as the heavenly emperor, ruler of heaven and earth, I appoint Origin 1 as the central god of Qilin, overseer of the central continent. A brilliant light flashed in the list as a new name appeared. Su Shi will be the southern god of Phoenix, overseer of the southern continent. Ao Shen will be the northern god of Tortoise, overseer of the northern continent. Huafeng Huang will be the eastern god of Dragon, overseer of the eastern continent. Feng Heng will be the Wheatsern god of Tiger, overseer of the western continent. No one reacted yet as they contemplated these assignments. Of course, the first reaction was that many people were not happy. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Xiamikron, why these people? Their first answer was these people were the only group with an eternal level representative, but people soon gave up that idea when they saw that Feng Heng was nothing but immortal. Although he was accompanied by an insurgent based on the latter's aura, he was only second class at best. Then, the situation became worse when people discovered these new gods had the power to confer gods under their domain. No one paid attention to the first warning on the page that said the Heavenly Emperor has the power to refuse an appointment or dismiss any appointments. The courtroom was quiet as many people were pondering these assignments. The people activated all their treasures to ensure no one snooped on their conversation. Su Shi glanced at the list in her hand, deep in thought. She figured out her role as a god. Although the Heavenly Emperor explained it, it was clearer now. For example, Heavenly Dao's highest expenditure of world source is to heal the space after cultivators of Tier 7 and above fight. However, now, she was responsible for using her power to heal the space, allowing Heavenly Dao to conserve more world source. With this method, the Myriad Emperor World's world source will reach an unimaginable level in less than 1,000 years of the court's existence. As such, the world will enter a level of prosperity that has never been seen. She could see how the world would benefit in a short 1,000 years, let alone after countless generations. The Heavenly Emperor era is destined to be prosperous. She glanced at the man sitting on the throne, finally understanding why he was a complete era son. He must have been planning this for thousands of years. His plans are excellent, but he's also an expert schemer, she analyzed. Su Shi represented the Enlightened Emperor Academy, a faction in the central continent, but she now was the overseer of the southern continent. These sects and factions in the south will never allow people to encroach on their territory. So, if she does not take care of the situation properly, the Academy will be enthralled in many disputes, even leading to the Emperor Dao War. In the end, even if they win, they will suffer and be weakened to a certain extent. Something is bothering me. Based on my strength, shouldn't I be awarded the Eastern Continent, the second strongest of the 5? Analyzed Su Shi. If he wanted to weaken the Academy, it would make sense to send me to the East, where there are the second strongest emperor lineages after the central continent. Could it be that he felt it was more important to deal with the ancient clans? Su Shi knew the ancient clans would have the second most difficulty in this assignment after Feng Heng. With their arrogance, how they usually operate, and the strength of the faction in the East, their rule will be a nightmare. Forget it. I'm satisfied with the South. Although the South was not as good as the East, it had many advantages. It was the holy land of all professions. In terms of resources, they do not lose to the central continent because of these professions. What I'm more concerned about is why he assigned Feng Heng to the West. In such a place ruled by devil cultivators, it would be a nightmare for anyone, especially since there is the D clan to consider. A few people had similar thoughts as Su Shi, so they gave glances to Feng Heng, who remained calm. Only he knew the deep meaning behind his assignments. I guess he does not want my contradictions with Taoism to affect his rule, analyzed Feng Heng. He's on my side but does not want to get too involved. The rise of Buddhism required a stepping stone, and he chose Taoism. However, the Heavenly Emperor predicted his actions and told him to change to a new target, the devil cultivators in the West. He obviously wants to deal with these people, but now he's also using Buddhism as his sword. Feng Heng figured everything out clearly, but he did not care. As long as he has value, the Heavenly Emperor will side and help him and Buddhism. Furthermore, Buddhism's innate pure nature and understanding of the mind is the nemesis of these devil cultivators. I only need to ensure I get the D clan to my side and give them enough god positions. Furthermore, there is room for greater development, thought Feng Heng with shining eyes. If Buddhism could become the national religion of the heavenly court, the benefit will be incalculable. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 891. Court dispute. The northern continent will be in chaos, thought Ao Shen. The demon race has always been one of the weakest factions, but they control one of the largest areas. Previously, the northern continent had no values. But with the heavenly court, such a place that was once considered barren is now more desirable than an immortal-like beautiful woman who was naked. God positions can bring merit and blessing for cultivation. As such, too many people will do anything to get their hands on one. The best way to do so is to attack the weak demon race. Many ideas flashed in Ao Shen's mind as he thought about how to deal with this situation. He has the strength, but these people are not stupid. After discovering they could not defeat him, they would use other ways to force him to give up the positions. Huofeng Huang remained calm on the surface. She could see the downside of her appointment. If she were not careful, the ancient clan would make countless enemies in the eastern continent, ruining their plans for the future. However, she was very happy about the existence of the heavenly court. Once their clan cultivates a heavenly emperor, it will be easier to succeed. As long as he leaves, I might have a chance to sit on that throne, she thought calmly. We're not finished yet, continued Wang Wei. The sea will also be divided into 5 sections. The god of the Central Sea will be overseen by the Panlong clan. The god of the Eastern Sea will be overseen by the Sea Lion clan. The god of the Northern Sea will be overseen by the Dao Opening sect. The god of the Western Sea will be overseen by the Loose Cultivator Alliance. The god of the Southern Sea will be overseen by the Sword Casting Villa. The last one belonged to the Sword Casting Villa. Wang Wei did not expect these sword cultivators to be hiding so deep. Although the latter is sealed, they should be able to exit with the current era. Your Majesty, with all due respect, I protest. Everyone looked at the person who spoke and saw it was someone from the sea race. Many people waited as they knew a good show was about to happen. The Panglong race representative took a deep breath, trying to organize his words. He knew if he were not careful, his life would be forfeited today. Even worse, his race might suffer. Our sea race. Okay, I don't want to hear your nonsense, said Wang Wei. The sea is too vast, and you people only occupied a small portion of it. So, there are no problems with dividing. But Wang Wei gazed at him, and he did not dare open his mouth. The sea race has been hiding behind the scenes for too long. Imagine my shock when I learned there are 2 immortal venerables still hiding there. Everyone's faces changed after hearing this. Now, they understood why these 2 races were chosen as representatives. Immediately, they became guarded against the sea race. The situation has changed, continued Wang Wei. You can no longer use the bare minimum when dealing with issues regarding the world while secretly conserving strength. If you continue this way, even if I can tolerate you, future heavenly emperors won't. The sea race's people chose to retreat. They understood the heavenly emperor was determined to interfere in the affairs of the sea race. Many expected this outcome since there were plenty of signs. The Dao Opening sect had created many stations in the sea, gathering intelligence and resources. They were adamant about their actions and refused any of the other races' objections. Furthermore, they could feel all these factions' weariness against their race. If they did not integrate into this era, they might suffer tremendously in the future. Any more questions? Asked Wang Wei. I have one, said Ao Shen. Can I exchange something else for the position of the god of the moon? Your Majesty, you must not, someone yelled. Yes. The Yin power of the moon can awaken animals' spiritual intelligence, turning them into demons. Such a position should never be in the hands of the demon race. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Omicron. If the demon race holds the position of the moon god, they can drastically increase their population. So, no one wanted for such a thing to happen. The moon god position belongs to the Eternal Dream sect, and the sun god position is for the Yu clan, responded Wang Wei, making people feel relieved. Although these positions were not as important as the main gods overseeing a continent or sea region, they were still very important to the operation of the world. The moon and the sun are vital to cultivating the soul and have a great effect on mortals, so the position is very high. Aoshin was disappointed even though he did not have much hope. These factions would never allow them such a great advantage. Meanwhile, the sulking spirit race finally felt some relief. The Eternal Dream sect was half spirit race, half human factions. They can place more emphasis on the Eternal Dream sect to see if they can use the moon power to cultivate more members for their sect. Your Majesty, I have some concerns for the future, said another representative. Wang Wei's mouth almost twitched as he knew someone else was thinking about him after he left. Please. What is to stop a future heavenly emperor from walking the same path as the Golden Ape Emperor? Asked the person, giving Aoshin strange glances. Although the proud dragon did not react, his trembling eyelashes showed he was trying to hide his anger. The demon race was in this situation because of the people's fear of the Golden Ape Emperor, fearing he would drive the human race close to extinction as he did near the end of the ancient emperor era. After someone asked this question, everyone paid attention to see how Wang Wei would answer. So, he said calmly, "Don't let them." Everyone looked at him as if to say what kind of answer was that. "It's simple, isn't it?" said Wang Wei as he shrugged his shoulders. "Cultivate peerless geniuses at all costs to prevent other races from sitting in this position." Your Majesty, things are not so simple. Yes, making an all-out effort to cultivate genius is a major factor in creating a powerful great emperor. However, the biggest trouble is often to find such a genius with the potential to reach such height. You people cannot imagine how brilliant this era will be, said Wang Wei nonchalantly. So, genius will be as common as dogs from now on. Everyone was speechless. This man was so confident that it went beyond the level of arrogance, turning into a natural charm. Of course, you better prepare. Use the opportunity one give you in my generation to cultivate enough immortal sovereigns. They will serve as a restraint for future heavenly emperors. Everyone's eyes lit up. The implication of these words is that this generation will be prosperous enough to cultivate many immortal sovereigns, which will, in turn, balance the power of the heavenly emperor. No, balancing the power of future heavenly emperors. The monster before them is confident enough to use this generation to reach a height of power they could not fathom. Everything comes in full circle, thought Su Shi. Future heavenly emperors must be top of the line if they don't want to be figureheads and hold all the power of the heavenly court. They also must have the support of factions that have immortal sovereigns. She understood Wang Wei wanted to ensure his replacement had not only strength but also the political skill to control the court. They must be all-round, otherwise, they can only occupy the benefit of the position and not the power. Wang Wei looked at these people and smiled. The test he will leave for his successor will weed out people with extreme thoughts and ideologies. However, such a thing is not guaranteed to be perfect and detect everyone. Furthermore, a heavenly emperor might suddenly change during his reign after experiencing certain things. Plus, he did not think his method would be impossible to trick. He had never underestimated the abilities of these people. So, after years of studying and effort, someone might create something. As such, he will leave a protective mechanism to prevent some other race heavenly emperor from destroying the human race or affecting his era. As the creator of this era and the heavenly court, his benefit will not end even after ascending. Of course, Wang Wei will not care if a foreign race emperor removed all the human god positions and changed them to their race. As long as they have the strength and skill to do such a thing, he won't care, even if the Dao opening sect is affected. After leaving all these advantages for the sect, if they cannot keep their positions and power, they can only blame themselves. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 892. Any more questions? Asked Wang Wei. Your Majesty, I do have a question. Go ahead. It's regarding the Qin dynasty treasury. According to our agreement, whoever is the final winner can possess the treasure. So, it's mine now, declared Wang Wei, making everyone speechless. No one wanted the world to become turbulent because of the appearance of the human destiny sword and the battle for the treasury. So, they kept the sword in the hands of Sun Jiaolong, the crown prince of the great Wu dynasty, agreeing that younger generations could fight for it. Then, whoever proved the Dao in this generation will have control over the treasury. However, some people's idea was to band together and pressure the final winner to share some of the wealth of that treasury. But now, they had to restrain their greed. I have a question, asked Huafeng Huang. What are you? She asked with blazing passion and greed in her eyes, which was out of character for her usual noble and proud personality. Well, what a rude question. I did not mean any offense, Your Majesty, she continued. But many people wonder whether you're an eternal emperor or something else. Everyone looked at him, some with anticipation, others just waiting to see if he would tell the truth. I don't need to hide it, said Wang Wei. He knew that even 11:44, if he revealed the truth, most of the people in this room might forget after his ascension. That's because Grand Dao has not decided whether his immeasurable emperor class is a one-off thing that only he could pull off or would really become another class after eternal emperors. If it chooses the latter, the information will slowly fade from these people's memory. If it chooses the former, his immeasurable class will become common knowledge that most people can calculate or deduce. I am an immeasurable emperor, a one-of-kind class above eternal emperor. I used my ingenuity, will, luck, and Dao foundation to prove the Dao without any foreign aid while also making full use of the heaven will. The representatives' eyes dilated as they understood how to achieve this class of immeasurable emperor. First, someone has to prove the Dao on their own. Then, they must become an eternal emperor using the heaven will, casting the Dao will, and comprehending existence. Your Majesty, if I may ask, do you want to know how I succeeded in proving the Dao alone? Asked Wang Wei with a smile. You won't succeed even if I tell you. However, I know you won't believe my words alone. Most of these representatives were embarrassed, but these old foxes with thick skin looked as if nothing had happened. This part of the process was easy. I used the cultivation technique from the Immortal Ascension world. Their creator had the same idea as me and created the system for that sole purpose. But he failed. He paused for a moment to allow them to process this information. Whatever this cultivation technique was, they could get their hands on it after traveling to that world community. But why did the creator fail, but the heavenly emperor succeeded? Many people's faces changed as if they had thought of something. So, some of you have figured it out? Said Wang Wei with a smile. The minimum requirement for this method to succeed is to be like me and Di Tian, breaking the barrier between mortal and great emperor. These people wanted to curse. After the reveal of these two strengths, these powerful sects and factions gathered all their members to overview all the knowledge they possessed to see if they could find out how these two did it. However, the conclusion was they were once-in-an-era geniuses that the world had never seen. So, how could they replicate their success? No one was stupid enough to ask the Heavenly Emperor whether a replicable method existed to meet that requirement. However, a few eyes secretly looked at the D clan. Don't look at them for answers, said Wang Wei. He only succeeded due to a rare fortunate encounter from the upper dimension. He paused for a moment before gritting his teeth. That lucky bastard. The intelligent representative immediately analyzed two methods from this sentence and interactions. The Heavenly Emperor used some means that did not rely on luck to break the barrier between mortal and great emperor. This method may be replicable. Secondly, he does not hold any grudge or animosity toward the D clan. Otherwise, he would not have said these words to protect them. My method also relied on luck. It was simply not as easy as his. Wang Wei knew if it were not for Hongjun protecting his science and technology world, it would not be so easy for him to become a mortal emperor. Maybe he would have found another way, but the process would have become 1,000 times more difficult. People wondered whether he was lying. However, they soon realized the Heavenly Emperor did not need to lie to them. He could just not answer and not care about their questions. However, some people guessed the reason for his honesty to remove the greed of certain people toward the D clan and the Dao opening sect. Anyone with some brain could see how powerful that sect would become in this era, so keeping a secret method of cultivating mortals with emperor strength should not be a problem. But the Heavenly Emperor still went out of his way to disperse the greed and desires of most of these factions just to protect his sect and ensure its longevity. Any more questions? Asked Wang Wei, but no one answered this time. Alright, the next court meeting is 300 years from now. Please fill up the spots for your list by then. I think you should take a look at this novel. There is more? Was the first thought in many people's minds. However, they realized how stupid this thought was. The Heavenly Court has just been established, so the Emperor must be planning many things for this great era. So, these meetings might be more often than they anticipated. Their second thought was that 300 years was too short for such an important task. Finally, they wondered what the next meeting would be about. Wang Wei looked at Wu Ming. He waved his hand to grant him a talisman. With this, you can fulfill our agreement. Wu Ming made a lot of effort to hide his emotions. He bowed with the most respect before standing up with a calm and indifferent expression, ignoring the curious eyes of everybody around. Then, Wang Wei focused on Feng Heng. You can proceed. I guarantee your safety until then. Feng Heng felt relieved. He did not prove the Dao because his method required some time, and he knew he could not succeed before Wang Wei. As such, he feared the latter would interfere in the process, ruining his chances. So, he decided to come to this meeting to test Wang Wei's reaction or views toward him. Based on his findings, he would choose whether to prove the Dao in this world or run away before returning. Thank you for your aid, bowed Feng Heng. I'm just repaying my karma, nodded Wang Wei. Many people who were secretly eyeing Feng Heng and Buddhism were regretful. Of all the chosen gods of today's meeting, they were the weakest to attack, even worse than Ao Shin's situation. But now, they knew the Emperor guaranteed Feng Heng's protection, so they could only sigh and maybe try to do things in the shadows. Of course, a few people were not surprised by this outcome. They have long known the Heavenly Emperor had the future Buddha scroll, so they analyzed many things after Buddhism received the Western continent. Wang Wei's gaze moved to the representatives from the Great Talisman City. Tell your city lord to come see me. These people's faces changed. They thought the Heavenly Emperor wanted to liquidate their city lord for what she did during the final battle. They expected this outcome and planned many countermeasures but did not know whether they would work. As you wish. The representative remembered Tong Rubing's warning before this meeting. If she is summoned, do not resist and accept everything calmly. So, he resisted the urge to bring that person's name as a way out of their city. Wang Wei's eyes turned to Su Shi. Do you want to talk? Yes, if you don't mind. Very well. You can stay after this meeting. Such a simple conversation raised the alert of many people. They wondered what this is about. Will there be an alliance between the two most powerful factions of the world? Su Shi is a beautiful widow, and the Heavenly Emperor's wife mysteriously disappeared years ago. So, is this a marriage alliance? None of these people present wanted such a thing to appear. The Dao opening sect and the Heavenly Emperor were already so powerful militaristically and politically. They would become a behemoth with this alliance. Meanwhile, the Enlightened Emperor Academy is the only faction with an eternal emperor. Although the demon race and the ancient clan had 2 6-star primarchs, these people disdained any path other than the emperor path, so they always placed the level of 3 of the academy as the highest. Finally, Wang Wei's gaze focused on the supreme, holy, and law lands that hid in the back, trying to appear as invisible as possible in this meeting. These people's worst fear is to be noticed by all these immortal big shots. I know many of you feel left out of this meeting, but this is far from the truth, declared Wang Wei. All of you also have a future in the heavenly court. These weak factions swiftly bowed their heads to salute, praising Wang Wei for majesty and generosity. However, he could tell they did not believe his words. They probably thought he said these words to appease them, but all his words were nothing but empty promises. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. I can tell you don't believe me, so I will release some early information so you can prepare. Everyone listened up with bated breath. The heavenly court will expand to the entire world community. So, I will confer many gods, some of whom will be responsible for an entire world. The god position for many middle and small thousand worlds will belong to you guys. The reaction to this news was mixed. The weak factions were happy as they knew the heavenly emperor meant his words. Other factions were also happy since they now knew they could fight for the god positions for great thousand worlds. After all, a quasi-emperor alone cannot control most great thousand worlds, requiring at least Dao ancestors. However, some of these schemers from emperor lineages were not happy with this news. They were prepared to establish their own heavenly court in the lower realm. The meeting is officially adjourned, declared Wang Wei. I will see you again in 300 years. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. As Su Shi left the heavenly court, she saw an envoy from the great talisman city arriving. She glanced at them and guessed why they arrived a few hours later instead of immediately. She no longer paid attention to them, and with a step, she returned to the academy's domains. She sensed countless eyes watching her from the shadows. Su Shi sensed something and headed to a meeting full of people waiting. Headmaster saluted everyone by standing up. Su Shi nodded before taking her position in the main seat. How did it go? Asked someone. Fine. I got what I wanted, she replied calmly, making everyone sigh in relief. A few people were previously unhappy with the fact she chose to prove the Dao in another world. After all, this meant they would not receive the luck and destiny for cultivating the ninth emperor. However, after seeing the monstrous battle between Wang Wei and Di Tian, after learning of the current political landscape of the world with the appearance of the heavenly court, they were more than excited to have an eternal emperor shielding them. So, they guessed the headmaster wanted a way to revive Lin Fan, making people excited for myriad reasons. Firstly, they feared Lin Fan would become a flaw in the current headmaster's Dao heart. Their worries were not without basis, as Su Shi's Dao heart was not perfect because of Lin Fan. Luckily, his death was currently an obsession and did not affect her process of proving the Dao. Secondly, Lin Fan is a very talented individual. The Academy hopes to one day cultivate him into a heavenly emperor. Did you ask him about, it's not the right time, said Su Shi. We have to wait a while before bringing it up. That's fine. Let's discuss how to deal with the conferred god list. Any ideas? Asked Su Shi. Can we see the list? Su Shi sent them information about what happened in the court, but many people wanted more information. So, she waved her hand to make copies of the list, ensuring everyone had one. As such, every teacher of the academy, from the highest insurgent to the weakest void-shattering realm, began discussing how to proceed with the list. The god of space is the position with the highest value, commented one of the teachers. Battles occur every day, so Heavenly Dao has to constantly use World Source to heal the space. Could we permanently reinforce the space? With this method, even quasi-emperors could not break the space while battling? This was a good question, but no one had an answer. The position of God seemed to be just an energy source, so do they have the power to modify the rules to a certain extent? Everyone looked at Su Shi for answers, making her pause for a moment. Yes, she replied after realizing the power of the gods like her directly canonized by the heavenly emperor. However, the space god position has some rules or restrictions. Oh, can you elaborate? You can strengthen the space, but you have to ensure that void-shattering realm and heaven-tier artifacts can still teleport. So, no restrictions on other teleportation methods but only during battle? That would be difficult and requires some understanding of space law. Everyone pondered for a moment before realizing it should not be a problem for their headmaster to do such a thing. The real question is whether it's worth strengthening the space or continue using the current system? What do you mean? With the heavenly court present, wouldn't the battle reach the lowest level in history? Yes, with the court above their head, most cultivators will restrain themselves. As time passes, the situation will aggravate as the heavenly emperors become more and more powerful. In the early stages, low-level battles will indeed drastically decrease. However, immortal tier battles will become more common in the next few thousand years, added Sushur. That's probably why we are given so little time to choose the positions to ensure the battle is condensed into a short period, commented former Headmaster Song. In that case, let's label the space god position as currently most valuable but not the one with the most potential. This position should go to the Earth god position. The territory of the southern continent is vast, so a large quantity of world source is needed for operation. The Earth god position will also interact with the metal god position when dealing with the ore veins underneath the Earth, and the fire god position will be in charge of things like volcanoes. Finally, Earth Chi is probably the most abundant energy out of the 5 elements. The water god position should be the most valuable for the sea area. But for us, not so much. We can divide the water god position into god of rain, god of river, god of lake, and even god of cloud. The fire god position is very valuable in the southern continent. We could use it to ensure more spiritual flames appeared in the south. Yes, these professions will love us. Better yet, we can use it as a promise to reduce their animosity toward us controlling the South. The people nodded in satisfaction with how flexible this system was. Suddenly, someone raised another issue: how to deal with the problem of weakened strength? The god position requires an individual to take on heavenly Daoist job. As such, part of their strength will always be reserved for their god position. In other words, all the gods in the list will always be in a weakened state as part of the strength serves the working operation of the world. I think you should take a look at Snavel. During a conflict, such a reservation could be dangerous. Could we remove our position while engaging in battle? Asked one teacher. No, that's not allowed, replied Sushur, making everyone frown. Could this be the Heavenly Emperor's plot to weaken everybody? You're thinking too much, replied Sushur. The solution to this problem is simple: use an artifact that can temporarily replace you when needed. Indeed, that was a good solution. They could just create a god artifact to store their strength and take over the burden for them when needed. I reckon if the Heavenly Emperor wishes, people with god positions could use the court's luck to boost their strength. That's true. Since these fortune dynasties can do it, the court should also have this ability. The question is whether he will? Well, wait for the future to know. I found a very important position, said Daoist ever-changing. Which one? God of fertility, he replied. Mortals take about 90% of the world's population, so the world source needed to ensure the new life is brought into the world is astronomical. I think we have been looking at this thing from the wrong perspective, suddenly added another teacher. What do you mean? I think we should also focus on God's positions that affect mortals. Everyone took a moment to process these words and realized this person was correct, so they discussed positions that have an effect on mortals and how to either distribute them or create special positions. God of harvest would be popular with them. We could also have a god of season. The weather has great effects on mortals. The discussion continued until someone changed the subject. Something has been bothering me, asked former Headmaster Song, making everybody focus on him. The Heavenly Emperor should also be sharing Heavenly Daoist burden. So, which positions is he taking? That was an excellent question. They did not think the Heavenly Emperor would not participate after knowing the benefit. On the contrary, they guessed he controlled the best positions. Your question is easy to answer, said Sushur. Creation, fate, heaven, life and death, and even time. Many things need to be created every day between heaven and earth, said Daoist ever-changing. The fate of all mortals and even cultivators must operate without issues, including our destiny and luck. Heaven should involve the order and disorder of the world. I'm guessing the core concept of the conferred God list involves order and disorder Dao. All life must eventually die, and creatures must be born to ensure the operation and development of the world, added another insurgent. He might be even more powerful if you take into account his Dao. You're talking about karma and yin and yang? Yes, he should control these positions as well. No wonder only a first-class emperor can sit in that position. Heavenly Dao is on par with the second-class emperor. As such, if a second-class emperor took the position of heavenly emperor, they would be paralyzed as more than half of their strength would be held hostage to replace the world source needed for the world to function. The worst part is this statistic is only because other people already have their positions, so they shared a great burden for the emperor. If they all resigned, forcing the second-class great emperor to bear everything themselves, they might immediately collapse under the weight. I am so envious of the heavenly emperor. I can imagine how many merits he will receive in the future and how strong he will become. Is there a chance he would give us the time god position? Everyone looked at Su Shi with strange eyes. She immediately knew what they were thinking. They wished for her to use her beauty to entrap the heavenly emperor and get the time god position. Snort. A terrifying aura emanated from her body, scaring the people with these thoughts, reminding them that an eternal emperor stood before them. I need to display my strength and instill awe into these people. Otherwise, something similar might happen again, thought Su Shi with squinted eyes. The discussions continued, however, they could not immediately come up with a final decision. After all, such a thing involved the benefit of many people. So, Su Shi told them to stop and continue another time. Furthermore, she had something else in mind to discuss. I think I know what the next meeting is about. Everybody looked at her, their eyes asking if she was serious. Su Shi did not let them wait long as she waved her hand to manifest an image and explain her deduction. If that is true, we can prepare in advance so we can get more benefits. It's a shame time is too tight. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.